Oh. Wow.
Woe to you, nations of hypocrites. For in front of you stands the tall queen. You can but lower your head, fit only to smirk at her soiled feet.
See, fish don't really see with their eyes. Their primary vision comes from sonar waves, which form images in the brain. Yes, we do.
Fit only to smirk at her soiled feet.
I can't. I have a dinner date. Could you excuse us for a minute?
Will they adore me again when they share my fate? For I have been raised.
Jonathan, what did you do? Nothing. And he goes, oh, he had a change of heart. He's going to work tonight. And he's like, what did you do? And he goes, oh, he just lost his appetite. And I was like, oh my God, this guy 100% is like abusive to his brother. Like, how else do you make that shit out of him? Other than he just beat the shit out of Alfie to force him to not go out on a date that night. So, Slade and Alex can go out on a fucking date and eat lunch and drink beer and dance or whatever. Literally, he's such an asshole. The scene they're leaving, where he pisses it out and stops them from going out, they leave that scene and go have lunch. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, and then while they're at this restaurant, the assassins show up. Our sweet black pale guy. It shoots the restaurant singer. And yes, the entertainer. And he goes, he sounds like, I guess, like, oh, they must be American. And he just grabs Jonathan and singing stuff. And boom, right in the head. Right in the head. And then these guys, they just start unloading and killing everybody in this restaurant, other than our two heroes. covered except for two people who are the target of this attack. Sweet motorcycle chaser driving.
He must be the main character. And the only person that can shot me.
This car's chasing him down the road and she's trying to shoot it. And she's like, I can't get a good shot on it.
They do the typical
sexy motorcycle shooting. She swings around to the front and straddles him and then shoots the car. It's amazing. I love it. I love it so much. But the editing, again, it goes from she shoots the car as they're driving like sexy motorcycle straddle, and then it just hard cuts to Slade slightly asleep on the couch.
Yes.
Having a nightmare about sharks
eating him, yes.
And then he wakes up, and then within seconds after that, we cut again, and they're now out in the boat going scuba diving. It's like, what just happened? It's such a chaotic, weird, breakneck mess of editing.
I think they made
crazy.
Something.
Something had to have happened. But, so they're going to go test their scuba tech, which is what the boat has that, again, projects. And I didn't realize, it's not just that it makes the sharks or the fish think that there's a predator, it turns the person wearing the
into
belt,
whatever that is.
Yes, makes them appear to be whatever that thing
they have sharks that are coming their way, and now he's like, guess what? You're a killer whale now.
He's running away. He thinks you're a killer whale. You got him on the run. Go kick his ass.
a killer whale, and it scares the sharks away. It works. They swim away. But real killer whale shows up.
Yes.
Trying to fuck.
And it says, oh, I think you're a female whale in heat.
Oh my God, Jonathan. He thinks you're a female whale in heat.
And it's like, oh, don't worry. And here's what would have been a fun scene if Alfie played with it a little bit. He was like, oh, I'm having trouble switching it off. Oops, I don't know. But he just immediately was like, all right, you're a human animal. The whale.
He's probably like,
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if Alfie doesn't let him get fucked by that killer whale. But he does that.
yeah, no, I did a little Google work of going to look on this. Apparently, black whale or killer whales is just I've seen them in the Baltic Sea. Everywhere else in the place.
But so it makes no sense. Yeah, unless it like escaped from SeaWorld comics or something like that.
What is the preview? Yeah, no, they didn't have to go get the video.
I do, and then we cut to the beach again. I have to talk about this thing. I do not intend to break this down. They're talking about, they're now sitting on the beach. Alex and Slade are talking about the shark and the killer whale. And she says to Slade, what would you do with that Alex?
What would you do with that?
For one thing, it would be waiting for someone to shove something deadly up in there.
In the sentence that what does that mean? In relation with that Alfie, I wouldn't be waiting for somebody to shove something deadly up my ass. I guess the implication is that Alfie brings trouble, and the trouble comes in the form of somebody trying to shove something deadly up my ass. She's talking about the lady. It's very weird. But so they figured out now that they think they're looking around, they're not finding anything. And they run into a computer on Alfie does. But it didn't look like it. So the sense that they can't understand is that it's telling them to go to a certain place, but there's nothing there. And the reason they think is that it's basically the information that they're putting into it is incorrect because they think that the CIA gave them incorrect information on purpose, and they're going to go find the correct, the model of the thing. And it's kind of similar to the agency.
Gotta get the stuff.
Yeah, information. So, and not getting the tech, they're getting the info. It's because the CIA gave them bad info on purpose to keep them from finding and they're real. So they're going to break into a Russian base to steal that information. And I think it's They get the information, they figure out. Figure out where the Vampyr's leading to. I need to choose. My God, they're so realistic. And I love though they're talking and they reveal we know what the plan is that over to the
Woe to you, nations of hypocrites. For in front of you stands the tall queen. You can but lower your head, fit only to smirk at her soiled feet. Testify to her kindness and beauty, for now she hides in
They get back up on the shore, but as soon as they get on the shore, meanwhile, Alfie is also captured. He gets away, I think, because the guy comes in.
Fit only to smirk at her soiled feet.
Like they're being chased, and there's no boats behind them.
Alas, poor Doris.
Keep it close up.
I knew
You're
her
gonna do
well.
that if you can't have the boats together.
And many can testify to her kindness and beauty. For now she hides in shadow, ugly as sin. But when you burn and
Yeah, the
die,
flame blows up Emperor's boat, but he's...
and be queen
And then I
again,
think this is where they get up on the shore and they yeah, yeah. And I'm not sure why.
will they adore me when they share my fate? For I have been blessed.
Then they get taken and they're being like tortured. that was just some random gun that he got off of. Yeah. That's a lot of rounds. Yes, it's infinite bullets. Absolutely. They just start shooting everywhere, and they really missed out on a level opportunity here because a guy throws a grenade and explodes behind him. Why do we not get a slow motion? Really missed out. Anyways, and then they're running, and then they just magically end up again, heading this more connected tissue. All of a sudden, Blade and Alex are up on the roof with them.
Who are you? You who dared enter my realm. Are you here to worship or mock me?
I'm here to put an end to the vampire epidemic, Miss Fletcher.
Ah. But Doris Fletcher is no more. She was consumed by this putrid flesh that now enshrouds her.
You feel anger for what happened to you. But I can help you. I'm a doctor, Miss Fletcher.
Doris Fletcher is no more. All that remains are the dreams of the queen she was, and the queen she'll be. Until then, all shall die, for that was her final wish. My blade, I summon thee, my children of the night. Fight, maim, spit, kill! Ha! Behold the flare that is greater.
the plot I lost the rest of the review.
This is despicable.
In this type of food film is a bit thin, but it's only conveyed from hopefully seeing more and very thin. It's not enough silly stuff. I would agree. As always, you can do us a giant favor by heading over to patreon.com/PvP. I have a podcast called This Films that we're talking about movies that are based on books.
I have this thirst for blood.
Get some merch. Kyle's gonna show you.
I got quantum physics. Feel free.
Go buy your merch. TBunlook.com to search for Good Bad 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 or Quantum.
This is despicable.
Till next time, you watch movies.
Maybe not. Don't you want like Russian?
Well, the liver is everything. You better put everything.
All right, I want some defense out there. Let's get those jets scrambled. He just orders him in a Moroccan shower, and
they fucking go to town.
And
go
literally
to town.
within 15 seconds of Dean Cain being like, "I gotta find my wife and daughter."
My family. I miss them so much. Let's fuck. Oh, welcome back to the 117th episode. That are Bad Bad the Show. We watch terrible movies and tell you if you should do. Especially the other host, Mr. Kyle. Kyle, we're not doing a full-blown December because I found a cherry of a Christmas movie for our Christmas special that does not star Dean Cain.
You found a trick.
Yeah, literally. We'll talk about it in 2 weeks' time. But until that time, we do have a Dean Cain extravaganza.
Dean Simber is here.
Yes, and we have. It's called Post Impact.
So, a comet hit Earth.
meteor hits Earth. So this is a 2004 film.
Yeah.
It's directed by a guy named Christopher Shrew, and I looked this guy up, and he actually, and I don't think it's a terribly directed film in general, but this guy actually went on to do like lots of big TV. He like directed Mr. Robot, Fear the Walking Dead, the new Snowpiercer series. Like he's gone on to do.
Snowpiercer makes sense with
this movie,
especially the tone and tenor.
In the final days of the freeze, Rich, many of them responsible, retreated to Snowpiercer.
Yeah, definitely sort of that post-apocalyptic, snowy environment.
Yeah.
It totally makes sense for his calling back to his post-impact days, but working with a slightly better budget on Snowpiercer, I have to imagine.
I will say that the version we watched of it, the intermediate that they were using to get it to digital was not it wasn't super good. This is when intermediate media was very new.
Yes.
There's a lot of spongy film material throughout.
Yes, it's not a very pretty. The version we watched now, I don't know. It was on.
I don't think you're going to find much of a difference because this was at a point where they had it on film, shot on film, and they processed it over to digital. And it's just now it just looks like there's a fucking saran filter all over the damn thing.
Yeah. So the movie is very clearly. It came out like the year or after the day after tomorrow or whatever.
The same year, I think.
Yeah, like the same year.
Yeah.
So I think they're very much going to capitalize on. Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal. Yeah,
and I think we're gonna do Day After Tomorrow eventually because it's really fucking stupid.
I saw that like when it came out, and I haven't seen it since, and I don't remember anything about it other than
keep
Jake
it fresh.
Gyllenhaal.
Keep your experience fresh if you do it.
And so, but they're the same kind of thing where it's post-apocalyptic. Oh, everything's frozen. Survival, like figuring out what's going on type movie. So in this one though, in that one it's like just like climate change run amok. In this one, a meteor hits.
Yes, and it causes like almost
a nuclear winter type of thing. Yeah, which is like the same thing that killed the dinosaurs.
The fallout, everything. It's cloudy. It's super cold.
Yeah, and the climate is all shifted all over the world. It's like snowing in Africa and stuff like that. Like in where because we'll talk about the confusing geometry and setting of this movie that was really messing with my head here shortly. But we're at this the United Nations or something like that.
U.S. Embassy in
Berlin. And Dean Cain is the head of security here. Captain Tom Parker. What a name. And this is still back when Dean Cain was like, could do action movies.
Yeah.
Like this is right at the end, this isn't too far removed from this, whatever the Lewis and Clark, or Lois and Clark, not Lewis and Clark. different TV show. That would be a fun one though. It's just a shot. It is Lois and Clark, except it's
Superman logo.
Yeah, and they're like exploring the Mississippi River or the Missouri River or whatever, going up the river. Yeah, that'd be fun. Anyways, so he can still do action, and he still pulls off action star at this point in his career. He's not puffy Christmas movie.
Hey,
Dean Cain.
We get Dean Cain shirtless at one point in this movie, and
this still looks fine. Looks fine. Yeah. And so he's the head of security at he's like in the military police, I guess, essentially, because he said he was in the military. He's captain. And they're having this party to celebrate this meteor that's making its closest pass to Earth ever, that was discovered by this scientist and his team who's at the embassy with him in Berlin. And I can't remember this guy's name, but he's important.
The idea, not to get too much into science.
This is always a mistake. Always a mistake.
But the idea,
I put it
that they're able to track a meteor like that from that distance, and it passes within their fucking lifetime.
Every 350,000 years, the comet Bay Letter 7 passes Earth so closely it can be seen with the naked eyes.
Considering the technology they have, that's shocking.
No, it's not. We could do that. What are you talking about?
What, you think we could find a meteor or a comet that's out right now that's going to make a pass that's been completely undiscovered for the past 200 plus years of astronomy?
We find that shit all the time, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong,
Okay.
but we find that kind of shit all the time. We're like, oh shit, there's a meteor we didn't know about, or a comet or whatever we didn't know about. I could be completely wrong, because again, neither of us are fucking scientists.
No.
But
I just find it weird how we're tracking stuff 70, 50, 30 years out, and they're like, yeah, this one's coming by in like 2 weeks.
they didn't say how long ago they discovered it. To be fair, and
I'll give them that.
Yeah, they could have found it years ago. They never talk about that specific thing. But anyways,
I'll submit my resignation to NASA.
they're gonna get it, and they're like, you never.
What?
Who are you?
There's just no way to keep you on. I don't even really work here. That's what makes this so difficult.
Fine, you can resign, you weirdo. So Dean Cain comes out to talk because the doctor and his daughter, Hannah, I believe is her name, are out on the balcony looking at the comet as it's preparing to pass. We see it in the sky. They keep calling it a meteor, whatever. And Dean Cain comes out to like check and make sure they're not up to no good or whatever because he's security, and he's talking to him. And I love in this scene, Anna, the daughter, who is also like a scientist or something like that, she is thirsting at Dean Cain so hard in this scene.
It's Dean Cain.
Every shot they cut to her, she's just like, looking at you. It's like, man, I need you to calm yourself. So then he gets an emergency. The doctor, though, or the scientist guy, gets an emergency alert. He's like, I gotta go to the lab, and he goes to the lab, which is I love the interior of this lab. It looks like an extra leftover set from like Babylon 5 or something. Yeah. It's like a spaceship lab,
or like a 007 villain lair.
Yeah. It's got all this weird lighting on the walls, and like it's got big computer consoles that are like again, it looks like something from a low-budget sci-fi TV show.
Are we supposed to suspect that this is below the U.S. Embassy in Berlin?
Very near it, at least, if not...
Because like, they have U.S. military officials there.
Yeah, it's very close to the embassy, if not below it. I'm not sure, because he just kind of gets there immediately.
Mm-hmm. That and the colonel, or whatever the other dude.
Yeah, well, there's the colonel, who's like his Tom Parker's, like, a guy above him or whatever. And then there's also... the other guy who I forgot about until the end of the movie, and I was like, oh, I was supposed to remember him.
Whenever he showed up, I was like, who the hell is this?
Oh, yeah. I literally had to pause the movie, go to IMDb, look at him, and be like, oh, that guy. Okay, great. That guy was in this movie for 30 seconds before he disappeared. But he goes in, and this is where we're introduced to that guy, the other scientist guy who works with this doctor, and he's like really upset about whatever. I don't know. But no, they found out the meteor is going to hit Earth.
Oh, no.
It got hit by something, and it knocked it off course, and now it's going to hit Earth.
It looks like an in-space collision with an uncharted asteroid. Hit it hard enough to push it off course.
Whatever this is history.
They try to blow it up with a laser, but that doesn't work. Or a microwave. They have a microwave satellite that they use to blow it up, and it doesn't work.
You gotta shoot a nuke at it. I mean,
have you guys not seen Armageddon? This is 5 years post-Armageddon. Get Ben Affleck in a rocket and send his ass up there. But yeah, so they're not able to divert it, and it hits Earth. And I also thought it was interesting that it cuts from them finding out. They're like, get me on the horn with all of the government leaders in the entire world. And then it cuts from that to Dean Cain showing up at his house like, we got to get out of here. It's like,
getting off along with every government in the Western Hemisphere on the line. I shall go colonial waters.
Aye.
Did they just tell Dean Cain? Like, how did he find out so fast? Because they said it was 45 minutes.
No, I thought it was 48 hours.
Oh, maybe it is 48 hours. I thought it was 45 minutes. Maybe I misheard that.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that would make more sense. Because I was like, 45 minutes is not enough time to get it. Okay, whatever. But they think this thing's going to hit somewhere near Russia or in Europe, basically. But Dean Cain gets home and it's like, we got to get out of here. We're going to go south because it's going to hit in the northern part. Let's get out of here. And him and his wife and daughter, they get out, and he's trying to get to a plane. They're evacuating. Yeah. The U.S. government is evacuating all the U.S. citizens. It sounds like, according to the news guy or something.
At this base alone, no less than 50 C-17 and C-130 aircraft have been sent to cities like Copenhagen, Oslo, and Berlin to evacuate medical personnel.
And they're trying to get out. And the colonel is like, Dean Cain, we need you on this plane.
We need you keeping these people calm. And then they shut the door on Dean Cain, whose wife and child is still outside. And smart move, hit your superior officer, but then they're holding him hostage.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Why?
He gets on the plane, and they're like, "We need your help, like getting people in their seats or whatever."
Mm.
And it's like, you have a bunch of other people. Sure, Dean Cain is specifically needed for that.
Yeah.
Dean Cain gets on the plane, and he's like helping people get organized, and then they shut the door. Like, he's standing by the door. They shut the door, and they go, "We're leaving." He's like, "No, let me." And I'm like, "Nope, too late." It's like, you just shut the, like, you're not moving. You're not. You could just let him off. There's no reason. And then it turns into this weird, like, hostage situation,
Yeah.
like you said, for no reason. It's like,
Said
just
you
let
can
him off
you
the
can
fucking
either
plane.
come with us as a prisoner or as a passenger.
Yeah.
And you're coming on this plane either as a passenger or a corpse. It's your choice.
I was like, what? Why?
I don't understand. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of like jumps in logic that this movie is like, don't think of it, don't just, yep,
Okay.
they're gonna. I mean, I love that he does like kick him in the nuts when he tries to take his gun. It's like, but then also this whole time as this is happening, we're getting cut-in shots of the meteor, and it's like in the atmosphere.
Oh,
Well, it looks
yeah.
terrible, but it's also already in the atmosphere,
Yeah.
which means it would hit in like mere seconds or minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, whatever.
But it needs to be like 2012 with John Cusack.
Oh,
or
yes.
whatever, where they gotta get out just in time.
Just in time, but because their budget is shit, we don't get any like cool shots of like
We
them
just get
outrunning
like
explosions.
3 years later.
Yeah, it literally just cuts. And my favorite thing too is that what we get a shot, like, so he left his wife and daughter like on the tarmac basically, and he was gonna get on the plane with them. And as his plane they see him get on the plane, and then they see the plane fly away. His wife is completely nonplussed by this. She's just like, oh, I guess, all right. Like, she doesn't seem upset at all that her husband just like abandoned her while the meteor's about to hit the fucking continent they're on. She's just like, well, I guess that's that.
But now it's 3 years later, and they're in Morocco.
Yes.
Was it specifically Casablanca?
Tangiers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's at the Strait of Gibraltar, isn't it?
I don't know. It's very northern part. I don't know.
Anyways.
Yeah, I'm not a
But
geography
the point
major.
being is now there's a new nation called the
New United Northern States. Nuns. It's called Nuns. And here's what confused me, because it says Tangiers, it says like Morocco, and it says Tangiers or whatever, and then it says New United Northern States. And it's like a Capitol building, and I thought they were showing us different places around the world,
Yeah.
and then we were jumping to America.
Yeah, exactly.
And the New United Northern States, there was like a civil war or something, but it's not that, which was very confusing to me.
Considering when this was written and the people who was written about it, because just because it's in their voice, they would go, "What's none of your business."
You killed my father. Prepare to die. Touche, sir. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? I summon thee, my soul of the night.
They got military thing going on. That's the new.
Get on the nudes! The nudes are invading! And then we get a shot of the plane being microwaved. There's this random people on the plane we don't know.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Again, this thing's kind of like, isn't this the plot from one of the James Bond movies?
Yes, third.
Where they microwave people, right? Yeah, it's the one with
This is despicable.
Which one is that? World? I think it's World. It's not World on enough. I think it's. No, Tomorrow Never Dies. That's Halle Berry, right? No, World's Not Enough is Halle Berry. Tomorrow Never Dies is the news one, I think, where it's like the guy making the news or whatever. Goldman. Die Another Day. No, that's not. Is it? Maybe it's Die Another Day.
There's 4 Chris Brosnan.
Die Another No, that's the Halle Berry one.
No, the Halle Berry one is that one because remember they're in the Arctic and they shoot the
Yeah, and then he starts listening. Is Denise Richards also? Isn't that?
No. I'm sure Denise Richards is the North.
No, that's the World Is Not Enough. Is the boy? I have not seen any of these. I have not seen any of these since they came out. Denise Richards is in The World Is Not Enough,
Okay.
and that's one. I don't know what that.
That's also the one.
Oh, that's one with nuclear bombs.
Yeah, and then they left out the thing in space, right? Isn't that
They all run together. They're all.
It's ridiculous. Anyways, space lasers.
Space microwave laser. It's the same thing as that. Whichever one of those movies has the space. Yeah, right. It is the one where he surfs because they melt the laser he's on it. Yes. Same thing here. Oh, that was a long trip for not a lot of
I can't believe I'm doing this.
So we find out the bad guys took over the controls for this microwave satellite, which are in Berlin in that same bunker, and they're using it to like start a war or something. We don't know. We don't know exactly what their goal is yet.
This is despicable.
No. I mean, do they think this is the shoots or whatever the fuck they want? Yeah. Who doesn't care about shit like that at all? We jump to the government guys are getting Anna, the daughter of the doctor, to come help them go to the
I have this thirst for blood.
Woe unto thee, son of Babylon! Ha! Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she who was once renowned. Will she be the queen again, or they will share her fate? Your blood will be mine.
And literally, within 15 seconds of Dean Cain being like,
Dude, what am I thinking?
My family, I miss them so much. Let's fuck. It's amazing. It is truly fantastic. Yeah, for somebody whose whole life mission in this movie is finding his wife and daughter, he's sure fucking just like, and all the women are trying to get with him, and it's like, alright, whatever. I also, every time they did an establishing shot of like this castle building,
This is despicable.
Yeah. What do I know about that? Out of my brain. I thought this is so funny. The movie tries to be like a weird magic thing. That from the scene where they're fucking in the shower, they cut.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
And he goes, that was good. Good stuff. And I think they were trying to, I think the idea was to match up like them moaning, having sex, to him moaning, drinking, but it doesn't really work. And he's just like, good stuff.
This is despicable.
So weird. So they end up, they're flying from Morocco to Berlin, they pass over Paris, we see the Eiffel Tower, blah, blah, blah. And then this movie turns into Aliens. That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now? Literally, this movie becomes Aliens. because they drop from their plane in like these weird tanks that look like the
I have this
they're driving
thirst
to get
for
to the
blood.
the base. It's kind of dumb actually because I don't know anything in
You think that they're in the definitely
every single everything is CGI in this movie, and it's not terrible, but it's not good. It's not terrible for 2004. It's not good. No, I will say I appreciated that it's at least not entirely like the same.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
A really low budget movie like this, where anytime you do get those like bigger shots, it's like the same.
My blade shall pierce your... Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? I smell your fear.
Picking up the most of the wood.
Here and obey.
Yes.
I serve thee, my children of the night. Fire, flame, spit, kill.
Bullshit.
Apocalyptic wasteland. Yeah, and they find some dead.
the ADRing in the scene specifically.
Yes, fucking awful. Because the girl is like whispering. Yeah. And Dean Cain is like yelling. No, I'm happy to have company. Yeah, and they're like it's all ADR, and they didn't do it at the same time.
It's even better because like the amount of compression they had to do on Dean Cain to shrink him, and the amount of static return because they had to increase it.
That's one of those things where they definitely recorded like Dean Cain first, and they were like, "You're out the snow," and he's like, "Okay," like yelling over the wind, and they're like, "Yeah," and he did it. And they did it.
This is despicable.
He whispers it, and they're like, "Oh shit, we can't get Dean Cain back out there." We're just gonna go with it. It's incredible.
Go.
Well, you get better with practice. Something tells me this trip, we're gonna get plenty of practice.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Completely different levels. And then after they see those dead people, they have this weird moment where they're like face to face, and they keep inching, it's like a silhouette shot, and they keep inching closer and closer. Kiss near the dead person. Alright, great.
Well, I mean, it's a funny constellation, right?
That's true. He's also in that moment talking about his probably dead wife and child, but they're almost making out. Do you think
that's what his character's playing all of this?
Yeah. Family man, broken. I can feel it. Yeah. They get into this little submarine sled thingy. The ship banked him earlier. Yeah, with a gun for no reason. Yeah, she's going to her insurance fund. But for what? Yeah, I assume she means if we run into anybody, but she does point it at his head. And I was like, what are you doing? Okay, great. You want to put the gun away, please? My insurance policy. They have no reason to not trust him, right? Yeah, I didn't get that at all. And then so they go cruising along in this little sled thing that I assume is jet powered. Because you see it has like speed. Like it looks like a sled. The only thing would be yeah, there's like I guess it's jet powered. I don't know. But he's driving around and they like go over a little ledge and they skid and like he's like freaking out. He's like, I just saved your life. So, like nothing happened. What? But then they see in the distance. What they see? Oh, the building or something like that. They get shot at though. I don't fucking remember what happened. Yeah. And then they end up getting shot at in this movie. And this movie, all of the gunfights outside of this movie is just are people shooting, and then the camera taking quick pans the distance, and you see some muzzle flashes. Yeah. We never see enemy people. We never see any. They drive back to the tank, and it just explodes. Yeah. And they're like, oh, we're dead. Yeah. Immediately then. Yeah. And the rest of this basically, thankfully, we're pretty much done with the outside stuff because the rest of this takes place in the yeah. It was so stupid too because you thought that could be a good tension moment. They get back, they see the thing blow up, and they think they're dead, and they're like, well, we gotta get out of here. And they go down to the tunnel, and then we have a period of time where they're on their own, they think everybody else on their team is dead, and then maybe they reunite with them at some point in like a big dramatic moment. Yeah, where we're like the colonel just not ready to shot each other in the phone. Yeah, something like that. You know, they're anything like that, but no, literally they blow it up and they're like, oh no, and then they yell from off camera, we're over here. And it's like, Discount Sci-Fi Channel. If you would like to hire Brian and I as story consultants. Jesus Christ, there's no idea how to build tension in these movies. They find a mute girl in the tunnel. They also, this is where I'm talking about, they also use one of the stock, I think it's right after they get into the tunnels, they use the stock suspense sound effect, the one that is in every, like the cheap free, oh, it's amazing. But yes, they find a mute girl in the tunnels, and like I said, this movie is Alien. They literally drop in these fucking tank things, they end up in this like abandoned like city location, and then they find a mute girl in the tunnels that leads them around. And I was like, okay, you're just doing Aliens. Yeah. But she leads into a group of survivors that are like living in these tunnels, basically. Yeah, essentially. And they meet these people, and they're like, hey, we're survivors. We're hanging out here. Did you come to save us? And they're like, no. We did not. No, we did not. Good luck.
We were sent here by the government of the Provisional Northern States. No.
But they're like, there's this doctor. They talk about this doctor that they with them.
The doctor has helped us to get through this right. So here he gives to himself.
And so they go to look for this guy, I guess, and they end up in a greenhouse. They have this giant greenhouse. That's well, it's not just underground. It's just like how elevation is now. It's like 20 feet of snow. Right. And so like this is inside. I think this is inside that capital or the U.S. Yeah, I think so. And they use mirrors or something to get the light down to the. Yeah, I talk about like they built all these mirrors. Yeah. Oh shit, you're right. But they find Anna's dad. He's here. He is the doctor they spoke of. He's like leading the crew, and he built this house. You could totally have a different. I think they had a different actor. Oh, he could have been. Yeah, he obviously could have been because he's got giant welding goggles on. Yeah, because he's blind now for no reason. Yeah, I think that because there's no explanation for why he's blind or what happened. He's just like on an accident or something. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was a different actor. It's like just disguised with giant goggles over his face. But he's there, and I don't remember what. Oh, he's explained to the science. He also is in control.
I have this thirst for blood.
After I designed the plan, he thought it might best to insert it on
like the microwave or whatever.
So he's in control of the
yeah, he's like, led by clouds.
Yeah, and nobody else has weapons in this area. You need them to control people. Oh, so you're like a dictator.
Yeah.
The only people still carrying guns are the distributors.
This is despicable.
The So he's trying to use, his idea is to use the microwave to slowly warm everything back up. Yeah.
You killed my father! Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she whose beauty was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate?
Shooting this guy in the wheelchair, like, obviously can't move. Yeah. They're like working a table.
His daughter holds a metal table in front of him, which does not work. He gets shot in the chest and fucking dies. So he dies, but then, so now they gotta go assault the NLOSI, whatever the fuck, the base that the microwave controls are in. So they're going to break it.
So now we're just not the four people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And kind of because like, alright, we can't afford
I can't believe I'm doing this.
She walks into this base, the second in command.
This is Sarah Henley.
It's locked.
I can derelict my own thoughts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, they're surviving in the post-apocalypse. Yeah, they're doing what they can. But yeah, I do understand she's not wearing a special outfit that I noticed that would make her look like one of them. Also, there's only like 10 of them. You would recognize the people.
Woe unto thee, son of Babylon! Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she whose beauty was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they will share her fate? Hear and obey, for your queen commands you. Attack! Your hand is shaking.
Literally, I was like, they wanted Mark Hamill for this role, and they couldn't get, because this guy actually kind of like Mark Hamill a little bit, especially in this scenes at the end. Like, I was getting strong.
Can you imagine
Mark Hamill vibes.
You imagine who we got?
Yeah. This movie would have been elevated beyond all compare if this character was played by Mark Hamill. This would have been fucking amazing.
But he's wanting to bring the paper to the castle and
yeah.
Some other stuff.
Yeah.
Because we can just face it.
Yeah, and they're trying to hack into his room to get in there to stop him. And they can't figure out, they can't hack in. And Anna, they're like, figure we gotta remember the password. She's like, I don't know what it is.
I have this thirst for blood.
Wait a minute. is all she's not working with them. She just has her own motivation. Yeah. Like, I'm going to start a war because
stupid, dude.
this is all bullshit. I don't even know. Again,
It was something about oil prices, because why not?
The Arabs have raised the price of gas to nearly $100 a gallon. They're squeezing us because they know two-thirds of the world is hidden under ice and needs the energy.
Sure, I don't know. This movie doesn't care about any of that stuff. And yeah, she's going to start a war because she wants to, and the power bank. I don't even know. But she murders the colonel, and now she has Anna hostage, working her to shoot the laser in Jiro.
And then Dean came, who was busy like taking a piss outside or something.
Yeah, I think he was doing something with the
This is despicable.
And I love this moment when he comes back and he realizes she's being held hostage from outside the room. He comes in and he throws his and then behind the desk so they can shoot at him. They start shooting. He puts the gun down. She's got a gun on his hand. And then they get out in the hallway. I don't remember what happens, but he gets out in the hallway and they get into a fight. And they get into a fist fight. And as he's doing, he does the dumbest. She recharges him. But before that, she gets a knife out and she's doing the stupid movie knife thing that I hate, where you throw it back and forth between your hands.
Might as well do it.
Why do people do that in movies? It makes no sense. I'm sure there's
Care about
some
this
person but no, actually, if you do that, it's
I care about these people. So you fuck them.
yeah, exactly. There's no way that's a good idea to do in that.
Everybody's been a dick.
But he
We'll go
immediately
get the upgrade and we'll go check our stuff.
here's
We'll
the
probably burn.
Yeah. Then she calls like 5
Yeah.
because everything's new.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially your fault. I also love after she calls out the window, he runs back to the control room. Die!
Shit.
It's this like old power supplies, like just sitting on counters and everywhere. That's how they like the tech room. It's so fucking dumb.
See how it looks like an aristocrat.
No big deal. He's like, oh, put a different gun on. Yeah, well, you know when you put a tourniquet on, you have a limited amount of time to stop that before your fucking arm is gonna become a really big problem. You have to throw a tourniquet on.
I'm sure Kaloon Russell has no interest in such a conventional menu.
No, they're leaving.
Stop now!
We get another.
I hear it leaves here.
Yeah. Another fight, but she ends up being shot by Anna. Anna gets the gun and shoots her, and she falls off the railing.
I have this thirst for blood.
And she looks pretty dead.
Yeah,
right?
But the movie's like, no, not dead enough. No. Giant bicycle falls off the ceiling and it's great. That's the best movie. And I love too, after she shoots that woman and she falls off and dies, and then Anna runs up to Dean Kane and she
That's what's happening.
and it's immediately horny for her. Yeah, it's like, you just murdered a person, and she's like, you're it's like, what? Well,
Hey, Game of Thrones tells us anything. After you kill somebody, you need to win something. You need a woman. If you like a woman after a fight.
I mean, yeah, that feels like a red flag to me. Immediately after murdering a person, the person's like, I'm rearing to go. I'd be like, maybe take a beat and reevaluate that relationship. So then they're leaving, and they just stumble across his old house.
Yeah, they do. He walks in and finds a letter written by his wife. It gives him a little bit of hope because at least she was actually fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he's doing. Yeah.
Yeah. they're just dead, frozen on the bed. And here's the thing that's wild to me. I thought the whole time that the girl, the new girl they found, was going to end up being was that because it's been 3 years since he's seen her, and she was like a little, like she was like 2 or something at the time, and now she's maybe 5 or 6, that she's changed enough, and she's also wearing like hats and stuff that maybe he doesn't recognize her because it's been a long enough time and she's aged so much. And she's mute, so he doesn't hear her, and she never says her name. I asked her her name numerous times, she never responds. I'm like, oh, that's gonna be his daughter. That's going to end up being his daughter. The mom's dead, that's his daughter. No, it's not. It's just a random little girl who becomes his new daughter. They literally, this movie is like, oh no, your wife and daughter are dead. It's okay, we got you replacements. Like literally, you got replacements now.
And also the sun's coming in and shut up the microwave.
Yeah, they do the thing that the doctor wanted to, and they warm up, and it stops snowing, the sun comes up out. Happy ending, everybody smiles. Just ignore that your wife froze to death.
We can turn this off, right?
Oh no! Oh no! Stuck on. It's all slowly microwaved to death. So yeah, it's I was really surprised that it was that daughter. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah. It's a. No, it is a weird. I mean, I guess it's hopeful in the sense that they saved the day and they warmed the Earth back up, but it does feel a bit strange for this type of movie to end on such a down note, finding his dead wife and child frozen to death. I feel like that should have been like towards the end of the second act. That's where it would fit better.
Because it would also put him at his lowest point.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you put that the low point at the end of like the second act, as opposed to like the denouement of the movie. I was like, why is it there? All right, great. It makes so much sense earlier. We're fine.
This movie is.
And because here's the thing, you put it in the end of the second act, it's his low point, but then you give him now, he has his new, this new woman and the new child, that gives him something to fight for because he doesn't have, he needs to save them because they're his only family now.
Once again, if anybody would like to hire Brian and
Kyle.
If I like to hire Brian and I are free.
It's so easy. How do they fuck this shit up? I have no idea. Anyways, I don't know. Is it good? But I don't know, man.
The only part that's like really like neck jerking, like what the fuck was that? Was immediately banging.
Yeah, and there's some weird, wacky like the icicle impaling and stuff. I will, you know what? I'll say it's good bad, and the reason I'll say it's good bad is because it's not a particularly boring movie, and it's not terribly done. It's good, but it's not terribly done. So I was moderately entertained throughout, but not necessarily in like a good bad way. Just in like a it's okay, and then there's some fun.
It's watched a bunch of sets this
Yeah, so they just bought old sets that were never used, like I said, on like Babylon 5 and shit. Anyways, we'll go with good bad, but it's all right. That was good. As always, you can do us a giant favor, support us on patreon.com/GVORBB, 2, 5, 10, whatever bucks a month. You get access to different things. Also, we have merch. Go to tpublic.com and search for Good Bad or Bad Bad. You can find our t-shirts and whatever you want, all kinds of different merch there. Coffee mugs, pillows. Sky's the limit. I haven't used it. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I have not seen how the mask was on. We also, I have a podcast called we're talking about movies that are based on books. This is out the most recent episode will have been. It was like a children's book, like a kid's book. But yeah, it was fairly based on I don't know. I'll find out on the episode. We haven't recorded it yet. That will be one of my
interviewing monsters and Bigfoot. You can watch that on various things. Link in the description below.
Yeah.
I know it's on Amazon at least. It was a wild experience for sure.
It's a fun-ass movie. They prepared for the show, so we'll see. Also, occasionally we Twitch stream. Twitch.tv, GBRB_Brian, or Brian_GB, or GB_Brian, GB_Kyle. You can follow there occasionally.
definitely watch me stream.
And until that time, keep watching the movies.
Especially.
Sure, go for it. It's fine. It's
would be worse than what's outside. Right?
Do they still make movies?
I don't know.
They do all TV now, and I actually like some of their TV shows. But I don't know if they're doing movies anymore, like the same kind of, like the old side. I don't know if they do.
Just because there's kind of shit.
It's 1200. It's...
Ryan, we got a green screen in theater. Let's make it.
And a dance crew. Let's fucking make a Christmas extravaganza and hide weird allusions to the Holocaust in it. It's Christmas dreams. It's the 2020 Good, Better, Bad Christmas special. Wait till we get there, Kyle. Wait till we get there. Prepare yourself. I'm not even joking about that. Wait till we fucking get there. I lost my mind, and I'm sure you didn't notice it.
It probably didn't.
You
the Nutcracker?
No, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay.
Oh, we'll go back to the 19th episode of Good, Better, Bad Show Rush Hour Movies. I tell you, this is Brian today. Joined as always by the other host. We're actually preparing to talk about this movie, Mr. Kyle. Kyle, it's the Christmas season. You're watching, this episode comes out, I believe, December 19th, so a week before Christmas or so. I don't remember how I found this movie. No, I do. I was looking through Tubi at Christmas movies, and this was one of the recommended, it was in the bottom where it was other Christmas movies you could watch. And I saw Christmas Dreams, and the cover looked weird. I clicked on it.
Boy, were you right.
And then I saw that it had K-Sorb, which was Kevin Sorbo, Hercules himself, doing the voiceover. Clearly had an after the fact. And an attempt to rescue this project, and made it worse. They tried to rescue it, and they made it way worse. The movie came out in 2015, and as you mentioned, this is a dance. I don't know if this is actually just a dance video, but that's what it feels like.
I watched it, and as I kept going through it, it just felt more and more like a failed drama teacher's fever dream.
Yes. Yeah. The guy who wrote or who directed it directed a few other small, really low budget, feature films. So but he's a director. But the guy who wrote and did the music for it, his name is, I have a note here at the end. His name is, Tom Raps or something like that. It says it at the end. I believe he may be a former Chippendales dancer. Because I looked up this guy, and the first thing that came up for that name was a Chippendales dancer who had a documentary made about him as him being the Chippendales dancer.
I was already said he lose out to Patrick Swayze.
He was the Chippendales dancer, and so that would at least kind of make sense that he had a background in dance. I don't know. Anyways, so this movie opens up, and I can't stress enough how much of a fever dream nightmare acid trip this movie is. It's insanity.
It is almost entirely green screen.
Not almost. It is.
There's only one scene that's not.
Which one?
That's the scene where Will Rowan
Yeah. Yes. But other than that, every set is a mixture of green screen and like props. Like they have they set some of it and then they have like a green screen sky basically or background that they're compositing in, and which you can tell because we see some of the outtakes at the end of the movie. But you can tell anyways because it looks terrible. It looks fucking terrible. It's very clear that it's bad CG. But so we open up and we fly into this over this Christmas town.
Yeah, and it looks a little bit like original Christmas.
Yes, the opening shot isn't terrible looking, and with the trees, they have like these trees that are popping up. They liked it so much they put it in the movie twice. We repeat the opening shot at the end of the movie for no reason. Well, the reason is this movie is an hour and 5 minutes long, and they had to pan out 15 minutes worth of outtakes and repeated shots and nonsense. So
didn't they learn from Jessica?
No. You think the same people made Jessica made this movie, Kyle? You think that's the same production team? So we open up and we're flying over this, and all this, and instantly Kevin Sorbo comes in narrating, and he's doing this weird sing-songy, like rhythmic talking.
A place where one and all may be. Stars ablaze, like the waves of the midnight snow.
He's talking in time with the music, but he's not singing. He's just like,
holy shit.
No, he does sing at one point.
You're gonna get Hercules to sing.
He sings at the end of this fucking movie, Kyle. He sings one line at the end of this fucking movie.
Christmas is for kids, and we all stay kids.
But he's singing, it's like, this, and this is a line that is the theme song of the movie, which is Christmas is for kids, and we all stay kids. Which is a weird written line. Christmas is for kids, and we all stay kids. Not like that we're all kids at heart or something. We all stay kids. Sure. But so he goes, and that's me. He's like introducing the story, and he says, and there's me, and this guy opens the window, and it's clearly not Kevin Sorbo.
Yeah.
So, there I was in my laboratory, minding my own business, when wham.
Wake me up before you go.
Kevin Sorbo after the fact could voice this character. You motherfuckers are gonna kill all my lilies, parasitic rodents! And he's shooting into gopher holes.
Why is it, and I think this might just be with Shane Tatum's pistol, why does it sound like he's dog barking at the time?
Because he's a dog man.
I know, but why does his gun sound like a dog?
Because it's part of him. It's his personality. He's a dog. There's a part where they're shooting his dog. Take up his dog. And he's here. What was that? That's his gun.
I didn't notice that. I'll have to go back and pay attention to that. I did not notice. Maybe it's him. Maybe he makes that noise whenever he shoots the gun out.
Whoops.
This week we're on a blockbuster. The present day Chicago and universe of Rome. It is.
So I think
So we're just gonna get right to it. Start with Jupiter. Hey, when you start the ship, first zero in toilets, and then after.
I feel that though.
Yes, just Jupiter first. Oh, that's right. So we start, and she's gives a little monologue about how she's become really angry. What is her? What is she?
They are human. They are human beings. Even
Like the Abraxas people?
Yes, they are all human beings.
Wait, really?
Yes, because they all have the same, like the character Jupiter
Yes.
has the exact same DNA.
Yeah.
The exact same genes. Reincarnation from having this universe.
So they're all
Does she have the same DNA?
Because humans were brought that planet years ago.
Wait, so is this movie in the Prometheus universe?
Probably.
I can't get away from it. It's like the same thing. Because they say throughout the film that she was the exact same
bloody die, Ace!
Mother Queen Lady. But it's like coincidence or something? Like she just is
The exact same genes.
This is despicable.
Yeah, like she wasn't. Yeah, she doesn't have a. Her parents weren't like from that lineage necessarily or anything, other than that everybody's from this lineage. But then they.
Please, sir. I can't let you through.
It's very confusing.
Best run along home, sir.
In the Matrix, their batteries and tubes.
Yeah. And that is what we'll get to at the end of this movie. So it is. She's
We have to stop it!
And I was like, what is this gonna be a thing? Who is this? What's this? I never find anything out about it.
So originally, I guess the parents are from the USSR?
One of them is, and one of them is British. Like the mom is Russian, and I think the dad is British working in Russia.
It's one of
They meet with him starving. So their parents meet, and then as she's pregnant, the mom is pregnant with Jupiter, as she is called throughout the movie. The Russian mob shows up. And just murders the dad.
Like, no, don't take my telescope, even though I have, I guess, are they married? I don't know.
I think that's the
wife equivalent and unborn child.
Yeah, and they just shoot him because they were making a telescope. And I thought this was going to come back and having some sort of, like, these people were somebody. No. Never referenced again. It was just a random Russian mob shakedown, I guess is what happened. I don't know. We never find out. So then her mom goes to America, and she's born on the ship on the way there as Get it? That's the title of the movie. And also, her name's Jupiter, and she ascends. It's double meaning. It's double meaning. So it's basically Cinderella for a while. She is a maid. She cleans toilets.
She also goes, like, for all the families that hire her, hire her servant. She works alongside.
With like her mom and stuff. Yeah.
So all those people that hire her, she also goes through all their shit.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah, that's right. Because at the beginning, she's like going through their jewelry and trying it on and stuff. And so she's a maid, and that's like her setup. And then we're introduced to Eddie Redmayne like very early in the movie, and the siblings. We're introduced to the siblings, I think, all at once. And
I like to call the young one
Titus is.
I like to call him Jawman.
Yes, the man is handsome. The man has a jawline that does not quit.
Yeah.
Cub Lasso. That's Titus. He's the youngest, I believe. There's a sister, which I can't remember her name. Something with C, maybe? I don't know. We gotta talk about Eddie.
There's one of us.
That he makes in this movie.
I like that.
Now, I will say that I think. Did you catch that? He probably talks this way. We'll talk about it now. We're just talking about it because there's no reason this movie's famous, and no one's like, I might as well just be talking about it. So the whole movie, he just whispers. And then screams.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yo. Ranger Joe.
And it's those two levels. Those are his he's here.
I create life.
That's it. But when he whispers, he has this weird like. Like that, right? I think the reason he does that, when we're introduced to Channing Tatum's character, he's he tells the story about the reason he got kicked out of the Legionnaire.
That's great.
Was because he ripped the throat out of some higher up. It's like Bitsy. Royal person. I think it was Eddie Redmayne, and it's never addressed in the movie. I think Eddie Redmayne, and the reason he talks like that is they somehow healed him, but it's still not quite better. Which doesn't make any sense. You think it would just be healed.
Also, you think they would just kill Jimmy Hill.
Yeah, and not just. Maybe I'm trying to reach the height of they numerous times talk about him working with Yes. Takes itself to see. It's all interesting idea. Do something unique and interesting. The problem is other people will execute it. The biggest problem with the movie is it takes itself seriously because it what I this movie would have different things in. This movie would to be Star Wars. It ends up with Guardians of the Galaxy, and it would have been great. But or the Bellamy, but it takes itself too seriously to be those movies, and then and as a result ends up looking like literally like a prequel by the end. It's just like chaos and nonsense.
I have this thirst for blood.
I gotta wait till my health regenerates anyway.
These people inherit whole planets because they use them, we'll find out later, to mine for So he inherited Earth, but they're also is this other person that has come to Earth that they think, and they're trying to find her. I don't know how they found out that she became how we look from this. I don't know how they found out about her to begin with, but they somehow then decide they need to track her down so that they can kill her, so he can kill her.
There's a lot of questions throughout this film. Most of the universe is 90% of this film
This is despicable.
in our solar system. And NASA's like, I guess we can't see shit.
They destroy half of Chicago, Kyle, and then they
Woe unto thee, son of Babylon! Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she-hulk. What's now? Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? My blade shall pierce your pillar, dark prince. Attack!
Yeah, so that's the big
It's hard.
that took me a minute to think about. Is that the middle system self
I get her down pretty quick. But man, that 99 seconds. I guess I was just trying to stay alive, right?
because she needs money, because she's a poor family. She's gonna her brother slash friend cousin is going to buy different budget of people. You don't treat your cousin like a chicken. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Weird starts here instead of over the other spot.
Dynamic of them in this film. But anyway, so they're all looking for her. They shoot out in the alleyway here, which I thought was going to be Yeah, he does. He has dope-ass space skates because he got his wings cut off. Since it's falling. Fallen Angel Werewolf like in he has this yeah, and so this big
Thought this would be quicker.
shield, which I thought was cool. But he's got his space boots and he three highly trained mercenaries.
Watch yourselves! Away with you! Have no fear, brothers! Run back to the shadows!
What was that? That's skins. I did not notice that. I have to go back and pay attention to that. I did not notice. Maybe it's him. Maybe he makes that noise whenever he sees his boundary. So yeah, they try to get him, but he gets away. There's some really actually epically cool looking stuff in this movie. Like there's a shot early on where Eddie Redmayne's ship is through some clouds and they come into the atmosphere of this planet that looks fucking dope. There's some really, and then there's this weird mismatch of things that look really cool like that in cinematic, and then just chaos on the screen that is literally like
I have this thirst for blood.
This bitch.
It's fucking chaos.
This style, it's weird. It's so weird because like the style feels so much like Guillermo del Toro. It feels a lot like
a little bit, yeah.
More like
yeah.
But like there's a lot of symbolism in how he displayed how they display the atmosphere of this place that feels like I'm watching a movie.
Yeah. It does. It's a little because they're going for like it's like fantasy mixed with like sci-fi. I mean, it's supposed to be a space opera. It is a space opera. It's very clearly a space opera with like fairy tale influences. So you get a little bit of Guillermo del Toro. You get a little bit of Terry Gilliam at times.
It's a space opera that's constantly stuck in the pool.
Yeah. It's yes. It's wild.
Long.
At this point, Katie and I watched this together. She turned to me at this point and goes, "Do I not understand what's happening because it doesn't make sense, or because I haven't been paying super close attention, or because this makes literally no sense?" And I was like, "It's because it makes literally no sense." So then this is where we're introduced to Catherine Dunleavy, who is the woman that Mila Kunis works for, who she's pretending, using her name to sell her eggs, and that's this character. And they almost get abducted at this point by aliens. Which is a sale. Yeah. And she takes a picture of it, but then they MIB flash her.
Yeah, and I don't understand why they have to wait for. Okay, so like they found this person, right? They found
Catherine Dunleavy.
Yeah, so they found her. They tested her DNA.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that person.
It's not her.
There's another person here. Why is it? Do you think it's incredibly expensive or time-consuming to inject somebody with that to check their DNA?
You would think not.
Why not just
do it again with her right there?
Right there.
So then we gotta have the cool, crazy scene in the egg harvesting room later, where all the doctors are aliens, and I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. But they don't check her then. They just MIB mind wipe her, but they don't remember to get the photo off her phone. And then they run off. So then some stuff happens. She talks to her cousin about wanting to buy a telescope, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. She goes and gets her eggs to get her eggs harvested. And this is when she gets abducted again. But then this time Channing Tatum saves her. Skates in on his moon boots, his space skates, and it shoots everybody and flips around. And the whole time she's floating, it's wild. It's this whole. Yeah, go ahead.
This is just me being like frugal. Why do you want a $4,000 brass telescope?
Right.
You get one significantly cheaper. Do you want just to stargaze?
Right. Well, see, my thought is that it's literally the telescope her dad had, and it's like calls to her somehow through the universe.
They're on eBay.
Yeah.
And which weird thing is, this is not an old movie.
No, it's like 2015.
Amazon was make 4 cents. But I would love for the...
No, it has to be eBay because it is... When I say the same telescope, I mean it's literally his telescope.
Does it have down at the cellar Russian
Yeah, it's the Russian robbers selling it on eBay. They realized 20 years later, they're like, why do we have telescope? We made telescope. Just sell it on eBay.
It'll go up to 200 times.
It's not even a good telescope. Really just has sentimental value. I don't know who stole it. So she wants to buy a telescope, and her brother's going to take the other $10,000, or her cousin's going to take the other $10,000 to spend on TVs and we find out later. An Xbox, yeah. And this is where we're first introduced to Channing Tatum. We get to see him up close, really, and the decision to make Channing Tatum look the way he does in this movie is mind-blowing to me. discount fuzzy dog. Like he maintained him as a handsome man, and they found a way in this film to make him unappealing. He has this bright blonde goatee and these blonde eyebrows and like way too much eyeliner. I don't know why he has eyeliner on. I guess he's just an anti-boy. But he has eyeliner. And
Brian has far more expertise in this field than I do.
And he's got eyeliner on, and he's got the Vulcan ear, like the whatever his lichen ear things are, and he's
I do like
so unhandsome.
One of the little trivia bits.
He kept all his ears. He kept all his fucking ears. Why would you do that? He has fond memories of this film, apparently.
Better keep those goddamn boots.
Yeah, I would keep the fucking moon boots, man. Because they get you out of everything, and nobody in the movie will ever decide to take them away from you. Guys, the flying boots, take them off them. Jesus. So, I don't know what this note is, but I have 0G or G written down here.
Oh, that was,
oh, the Titus, yeah. That's right, he's in a room, and it's just like, but it's specifically like the PG-13 kind of orgy, where it's mostly clothed people just like rubbing. Yeah. It's sexy, but not too sexy.
They come in as this news, Your Majesty. Is like, only good news in this room.
Only good news is allowed in here. This is my orgy ballroom. Don't harsh the vibes in this room, man. They also call the universe diverse in this, and I was like,
your blood will be mine. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate?
I love that. See, that's the thing, dude. They do that.
You killed my father. Prepare to die. Come to me, my servants! Avenge me! Wait. I beg you, wait.
What?
I don't want to die.
And I did not come to kill you, Miss Fletcher.
Will you spare me then? Save this cadaverous carcass of mine. Does your heart beat a little faster now? You fancy me then, Doctor?
No, Miss Fletcher. My dead heart will beat for only one.
Ah! Is she pretty? Is she sweet and tender?
To me, yes.
Ah! I hate her already.
I know. And this is partly why you must be destroyed.
What you just said
That I did not come here to kill you, yes. But I realize now the threat you embody must be stopped.
Will I be remembered? Will you?
You were Doris Fletcher, the greatest actress of her generation. No one can take that from you.
Thank you. And farewell.
She's a fucking...
Farewell, Doris.
Bravo! So dramatic. I love it.
McCullum.
How strange I seem to find you whenever I'm inquiring about that Skal infestation.
I mean you no harm.
I'm not here for you. But once I put all the pieces of the puzzle together, I'm sure we'll have a little chat. You and me.
Stay away from me, McCullum. You and all your war dogs.
That I can't guarantee, Dr. Reed. But I'll let you go. For now.
I should probably leave the theater right now.
Yeah, probably.
And then is this where she gets taken? No. They gotta run in the show. Sean Bean. Sean Bean's in this movie already.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here.
The West End should be safe now. But London is not. It would be wise to benefit from the Ascalon's protection while I continue my research during the Great Hunt.
Sean Bean exists for two reasons. One is to be like, hey, I'm going to give you a motivational speech you need to get your answer. And two is exposition. He literally just explains what's going on over and over again. But we get to his house. He lives in a bee house. Literally, like, lives in a beehive house. It's covered in bees everywhere. And it's really shot everywhere. Nicholas Cage running like through the background. And he jams into the house and falls over. And it's like, Jupiter was also formed by bees. Yeah, she can control them. It's like the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard. Sean Bean says, bees are genetically designed to recognize human royalty.
Remember your voice, friends.
Because Kyle, because of Queen Bees. Duh. That's what? No, they're called Queen Bees because that's what we labeled them. It's actually royal.
Remember your vows.
Ow!
If I'm ever dumped in Elizabeth into a beehive, she's not coming out unscathed.
In this movie, she is. In this universe, she absolutely is. She's gonna be fine because they all royalty apparently. Bees can recognize it and they utilize it. It's hilarious. It's hilarious because I imagine Sean Bean reading that line and realizing he had to say it out loud. He's like, I'm Ned Stark. God damn it! I gotta say, bees are genetically designed to recognize royalty out loud in a movie.
Bees are genetically designed to recognize royalty.
He's also said a lot of other ridiculous things in films. He's been in a lot of garbage,
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
And then now we're finally gotten to the point where it's ready to harvest. And
Once the population exceeds its ability to sustain, it's considered
and she goes, harvest? Question mark. And then but he never goes on any further. But like, obviously, that means harvested for resources. Like, it's not a mystery what he was saying. Regardless of what you think, but just put a pin in that and remember he said that to her later, for when something she finds out later that is supposed to be like a revelation that she should have already. Anyways, then the guys show up, the bounty hunters show up to get him, and Channing Tatum shoots through a wall for no reason. He just blows up a wall with a machine gun, walking around shirtless because he got cut or something.
Sean Bean also exists in this film to get shot once and to just be like, you guys only paid me for 3 days, I'm gonna go get that kill.
Yeah. They still capture her.
Channing Tatum is also shirtless through most of it.
Yeah.
They also did like some sort of like, oh, here's a joke line where he has the English imitation.
Is that what? I didn't miss that. I missed that completely.
I have to bring this up for a fucking reason because they pulled this straight from the host. Because he rips off.
He's got the coat.
He rips that off, and then he the heel
spray. Yes.
Yeah, Sean Bean pulls out a heel spray bottle and heals the wound of Channing Tatum.
Yeah, which must be the human nectar juice, right? Because that's what it does. It has to be. Just sprayed a little human, little pureed human juice on his wound, and he's fine. But yeah, no, it's because Katie said the same thing. She's like, holy shit, it's like from the host when they have the quick, clean, and heel spray.
And so they take her back there and get her all like hashed up, and she steals all the medicine, like the Mr. Clean spray. The way my brain worked there was Channing Tatum's shirtless. Why is he shirtless? Also, why am I forgetting about Channing Tatum shirtless? Holy shit, that is a beautiful man.
He was a very handsome man. Very handsome man. He actually showed up and I put him in random equipment like 2 episodes ago, and now he's on the doing a movie. So they take her, the 2 bounty hunters take her to the sister. They like betrayed the guy who was going to take her.
But here's the mindfuck, alright? Here's the mindfuck I have to go with. What does Channing Tatum do in that situation?
He's like,
he jumps on the outside of the ship.
Yeah.
Where does that ship go?
To outer space.
To outer space! That's important for later.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, because maybe he has a space.
No, he's shirtless. You know why? Because he's a handsome man. And we need a scene with him shirtless shooting stuff.
Yeah, we do, and we get it, which is great.
But he's now unprotected in the vacuum of space while this ship is flying off.
Yeah. And then he arrives, they arrive on the sister's planet, spaceship, whatever. And she explains some more plot at Jupiter for like 10 minutes. She's like, you're a recurrence. You're my mother's perfect DNA genome sequence reincarnated in.
This is so stupid too, because then this would imply like your DNA isn't subject to mutation or any form of evolutionary process.
And it would change over your lifetime. I'm not a DNA scientist. But it all sounds a little stupid to me. And then, but she explains that they're the inspiration for vampire myths, which doesn't really make any sense, but sure. And also, all of her guards, all of this, so they're like the Braxis family or something like that, and all of her guards. I could talk about the design of these guards forever. I swear to God, they're wearing luchador masks, and I don't know if you noticed this, they don't have arms, they just have little gun nubs.
I didn't
notice
that specifically.
There's a bunch of these guys, they have luchador masks. And also, all of her guards, all of this, so they're like the Braxis family or something like that, and all of her guards, they have luchador masks, they just have little gun nubs. There's a bunch of these guys, they have luchador masks. and they're like almost look like Daleks, but they're people, but they're like.
I remember Eddie Redmayne, Lizard Dude.
The lizard dude.
I remember Edison's secretary chick with the huge ears.
Yes, they also kind of don't. I don't know what she is, but she's got some hair. That is weird.
So you're telling me is that the way you keep them on is just take the
they can't get back up, and it's like, well, we're on this and so, but she's good, maybe? I don't know. They say she's good. At least Jupiter's like, she's on our side at one point. So the training data tries to save her, but and it's like a big standoff. And Jupiter's like, no, she's on our side. And then okay, they get her spaceship with
So Doris just needed to be close to her audience to contagion through skin. Very disturbing.
You're mine, vermin!
says, but I like dogs, and then makes like a moaning sound, and I was like, hey! Don't like that. Get rid of that. And then leaves because she had to make things perfectly fucking clear. And then she goes to her friend. Yeah. So they do all this bureaucracy, like shit about how the bureaucracy, and then they get out, and they have to ruin the show by having Will Smith look at the camera and never complain about the being. Oh boy! Oh boy! You explained the joke to us. No, no. Alright, fine. Who's on first? The guy's name is who? Yeah, exactly. You get it? His name is... Oh god, you get it. It's funny. It's funny. The original cut of this film wasn't correct. There's 0%. There's 0% chance. Because at this moment, this is where yeah. Is CG, like everything. It's a place they evil. Not evil, but portrays them. Now they go to Jesus. It's like, okay, this movie made
Does not seem well. There are rumors of abductions in the west. Yes, Mr. Jonathan?
Goodbye, Avery.
Of course. If you wish to stay the night, your room is ready, Mr. Jonathan.
Your father and I have spoken about your fiancé, Mary. We believe he'll be an honorable husband for you. We'll set a date for the marriage then. That way, I'm sure one of my children will give me grandchildren. I understand your thirst for knowledge, Jonathan, and your father and I are proud of it. But you are not that young anymore, my son. When will I meet your soulmate? You can ascribe my romantic tendencies to my French origins if you want, Aubrey. But I'll never cease to believe in a match made in heaven, my beloved.
I really wish you could meet her, Mother. You would love her. Mother.
Jonathan!
I'm right here, Mother.
Yes.
Mary,
I know she...
have you...
And what happened, Johnny?
I was attacked. Do you need anything?
I just want you to stay with me, Johnny.
I'll stay as...
Just one thing. Stop staring at me like that.
Are you working?
Not recently. I have trouble...
I recently met...
I'd be glad.
She's not famous.
The important thing...
Do you think Avery is right? Do you think I should take better care of you?
I don't blame you. But you abandoned me, son. A mother should not survive her children. It's unbearable.
I know.
You don't have to...
Have I changed?
You are...
Why do you say Mary is visiting you, Mother?
Why should it be? Are you not...
But I'm not dead.
Oh, it breaks my heart to have to tell you this. But of course you're dead, my darling boy. Just look at you. As pale as my Mary.
Do you need my medical attention?
I'm all right.
Goodbye, Mother. Try to rest now.
Goodbye, son. Please come back soon.
I remember Sunday walks in the park. Hello again, Mother. Do you really see Mary and Father?
Yes.
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 I'm so sorry.
That's true, my...
Should I leave you alone?
Oh, no.
Father seems to have... I remember...
Your father...
I was...
The
Could father...
I really can't...
Why do you say...
Why?
But Mary really...
Yes.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, son.
of everything.
Yeah.
Why do you need to have like some comical spitting mouth?
It's literally like something out of an acme device from a Looney Tune, where it's just like a knife, a saw, holy fun. It's like everywhere. It's like, but they're gonna kill her. But then Jude is gonna turn over, abdicate her ownership of hers to him. She's going to do it, and then she does.
It's because Kenny Tatum. I don't understand why his entire facility is McCollum's for recruitment. Sure, you could be like, yeah, nobody's gonna come through, but somebody does get through there. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of shit that's not the size of fruit. And it's that enough, that his shit enough was enough to collapse the entire thing. Yeah.
So then he's there to save the day. He blows on up. There's some shooting, some fighting, some chaos.
So far, it's mainly from there.
Yes, no, the main laser gun, which I think that's another change this movie could have made. It made it better. Is why we have all these random laser guns. We have one that we know and like are invested in and make him like a character. This one could have been nameless. I mean, he's the one who he doesn't have like an interesting character. Yeah, or like he's like a anything. It's just generic laser bad guy. Like I said, David Moore. Yeah, he doesn't need a fight. So they could have a big fight in the basement or in the place where his family is, and they're getting everybody out. They come out into the fight. And it's like a building where he does keep the whole thing. And it's very like sacrificed that.
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed.
Why do you still hope to become a vampire in spite of your mother's refusal?
It's the immortal aspect of vampires that interests me. The world won't improve unless women take charge. I'm convinced of that.
You're obviously a clever woman with a good education and a brilliant future. But have you thought about the price you'd have to pay? The loneliness, the necessary masquerade.
Is it not true of every high position? To change this world and make it a better place, one needs time on one's side.
Shows up to save the day, and I love my favorite moment here. I'm trying to get back to the ship, like everything's blowing. Just hanging back to the ship.
Your mother has refused to turn you into a vampire.
Each time we argue, Mother expresses the same fear. She wants me to remain alive and full of joy, rather than become melancholy and immortal. She claims you can't have one without the other.
Your mother has walked this earth for much longer than you or I.
But why shouldn't I be allowed to forge my own experience?
It's your mother's choice. As daughters and sons, we have to accept.
I love my mother, and have accepted everything from her.
Does it bother you? Tell me, Charlotte.
I won't give up. You have no idea how...
That's a
There are less dangerous ways, Doctor. Instead of throwing myself under a horse like Emily Davison, I could just throw myself into your arms.
Be careful what you wish for, young lady. I could gaze at you right now and then take you to a shady corner and have my way with you. And leave your carcass to the rats.
You wouldn't dare. My mother would know. She'd never forgive you.
How could she suspect me? Do you know how many vampires are lurking in the city tonight as we speak? Vampires with a worse sense of humor than mine.
Oh, my God. For one second, I thought you actually... Excellent, Dr. Reed. Very convincing.
Every time I saw the Space Games, the 90s kid in me was like,
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my...
She's been...
except for the fact that somebody comes in and totally explains
It was confusing, and there's so much jargon and lingo and nonsense. If you didn't get what really honest, where I'm like, what is even the point of all this? And I understood at least what the stakes are and stuff. So like it kind of works in that regard. The performances are either nothing like
Elizabeth.
I've been formally asked to witness your triumph, my dear. After all, isn't it the natural role of a woman to support her man in victory?
But it's you who insisted I join the Ascalon.
Please forgive my giddiness. I'm just overcome by the thrill of finally being allowed within these hallowed halls.
You certainly have an inquisitive mind. It's quite something. Elizabeth...
And the same to you, Jonathan Reed. Now go have your little chat with the chairman. I can see he's practically bursting to...
I must admit the Guard of Prewin impressed me. They must have spent years preparing their plan.
Welcome back to the Ascalon Club, Lancebearer. Please, tell us the good news. Have you put an end to the epidemic?
My hypothesis was correct. Doris Fletcher was the source of the contagion in this part of town. She was probably the first to be infected.
And you cleansed her before the hunters, I've been told. Well done, Dr. Reed. You thrust your lance and pierced the very heart of the corruption.
I did my best.
The important thing is, we won a major battle for the...
Thank you, my lord.
Now, I have another task for you. one of the other. It's time for you to perform a most sacred duty for the club. I want you to recruit a new vampire.
Recruit a new vampire? Are you sending me on some sort of diplomatic mission?
Not exactly. I want you to make Aloysius Dawson the Ekon he deserves to be.
I'm not sure I'm the best candidate.
I can hear the hesitation in your voice, Dr. Reed. I admire a man of principles. But in this matter, there is more at stake than your moral comfort.
It's not a moral question, Lord Redgrave. It's the responsibility of giving immortality to a man I barely know.
Nonsense. Aloysius has been a member of the Ascalon for years. This is but the fruition of a long-held plan.
How would you like me to proceed?
Aloysius is waiting for you at the Dawson estate. Once the deed is done, I'll join you there to celebrate this momentous occasion.
Before I go, I have a few questions.
All right, I'm listening.
So, we're going to go back to the well of things nobody's ever heard of. Animals that are already up in their entirety on your script. We're talking about the 2003.
Why Aloysius Dawson?
Because he is about to die. And he just may be the most influential man in England. After me, of course.
Did he choose me?
No, I did. My decision is very recent, to say the least, but it is entirely mine.
Does he know I'm coming?
He can't wait to become your progeny, Dr. Reed. Especially now that you have shown how strong your lineage is through your sister.
How would you like me to proceed?
Don't worry. Aloysius has had many years to prepare himself.
Is there any danger?
Our blood alters a mortal body so deeply that some don't survive the metamorphosis. They die for good. But Mr. Dawson has been preparing himself for a long time.
So shall I just let him drink my blood?
Yes. Aloysius will gratefully sup on your blood. His heart will slow, then stop. But he will rise again as one of us, an immortal.
You invited Lady Ashbury. Wouldn't that be breaking one of your cardinal rules? No women allowed.
Not allowed as members, no. But considering the...
So it's a temporary.
Something of a bargain, considering the crisis.
Goodbye, Lord.
And then the video game, and it was going to come out on, scheduled for release in 1996 on 3DO, which I didn't know, 3DO. 3DO, PC, and, like I said,
Are you all right?
Lord Redgrave has just ordered me to turn Aloysius Dawson.
I see. And how do you...
And then they canceled the game.
Aloysius Dawson is the richest man in England. He'll be a very useful resource for the club.
The real question here is, why has his lordship given you this task?
Do you think it's some sort of trap?
Do you really want to know what I think about this?
I do, yes.
To make an immortal of a soulless blackguard like Aloysius Dawson will only lead to a disaster for London. The man is already dead inside.
Should I refuse? Perhaps politely suggest that Lord Redgrave turn the man into a vampire himself.
Don't you dare, my dear. According to what I've recently discovered, his lordship could kill you for even broaching the subject.
Really? Why?
I've recently found proof that the Earl of Bristol is of lesser lineage and only capable of creating skulls.
Please tell me more about your recent investigation.
As long as you lower your voice.
Are you sure your information about Redgrave is correct? He says he's the progeny of the great knight William Marshall,
who lived some 9 centuries ago.
That's a lie. Lord Redgrave is unable to create anything but skulls, if the poor souls survive at all.
How can you be sure the information was correct?
I made the acquaintance of a most interesting informer while investigating your maker, from whom I learned the truth about Lord Redgrave.
Why so vindictive? You suddenly sound like you're angry.
Forgive me, Jonathan. I hate myself for it, but I feel such pride in my discovery. I'm afraid I just can't help it.
Which is?
He did serve William Marshall. And yes, the blood he covets as a token does truly belong to that legendary knight. But he was never his progeny. His lineage is not so noble.
What would you have me do?
The man is dangerous. Did you know he plans to build a wall to separate the healthy rich from the sickly poor? Do not make him your progeny.
What would you do?
The man's dying already. Let the Reaper harvest the rotten fruit that is his soul.
What would happen if I made Dawson an Ekon like myself?
You would add a powerful immortal into a suffering world. An immortal who already craves authority.
Maybe I could teach him control, like you taught me. Lead him down the right path.
Mr. Dawson spent his life searching for a way to cheat death. I'm sure he has spent decades dreaming of how he'd spend eternity as a tyrant.
Goodbye for now, Elizabeth.
Goodbye, my dear. Please.
Well, basically, they're kind of doing a parallel of like the people who worked on like atomic energy, and then that got taken and used to make atomic bombs, and so they're feeling kind of built about it. But we never know what this program is. Like, it's some sort of like. Steve Jobs murdered, and that's, I think Steve Jobs at least murdered several real people in real life with his bare, frail hands. We've seen those movies with the and Bill, I already fired you! You're still here! But there's so many IMAX everywhere, and it took me right back to my elementary school computer lab.
Lucky you.
Yeah, early elementary school we had like the old PCs with the, or they might have been with the 3.5-inch floppies and stuff. And then right around the end when I got towards middle school, we got a computer lab that had all like the blue IMAX, like the big blueberry like IMAX.
Like from Zoolander.
Yeah.
They have, this computer has thousands of files.
Yeah.
And we're going to bring it down with it.
Where all the files go. Yeah, and there's a bunch of them in the background throughout the course of this movie. Those big bubble like IMAX computers. Oh, those things are amazing. And they had the round mice. The mouse was round because that's what shape human hands are. Whatever. Thank you, Steve Jobs. Yeah, he gets a bunch of spam and he redirects his computer assistant directed all to the net police because that's a thing in this movie.
First look at the source of the spam. They use the filter virus to redirect all spam to the net police.
You know why they did that? Why they brought in this AI?
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have to show anything that this guy.
No. He just goes, "Hey, Alexa, send all that spam to the net police." Okay.
This movie was very ahead of its time.
Yeah, I don't remember what its name is, but and then he gets a call from his somebody, one of the two girls. There's two of them. One of them disappears immediately and is never seen again in the movie. I thought she was going to be a main character, but she is definitely not.
But before he wakes up, they have this scene with her, with Elaine, talking with this person who's posing as a therapist, and they want to help Steve because they think he's mentally distanced and whatnot.
Yeah.
mentally and socially.
Yeah, but he's just because of the whole, like, I'm responsible for the death of 26,000.
And in this scene where these two people are talking side by side and they have this like 360-degree camera move,
yeah,
it is on par with the NPCs talking to each other.
Suffering from lots of pressure and heavy social media references.
Are you sure? I mean, that sounds like you want a good day.
For sure, Steven's mental health is far from everything. Really, people in their lives in this movie.
Like the amount of both expression in their voices, and the subject in which they're talking about is on par with NPCs.
That's every conversation in this movie, though. It's just the most cardboard, like, I land, I hit this spot, I say my lines with some inflection, and then we're going on.
Well, thanks to you, we have the least living habitation in the world. Thank you. I'm looking really cool.
Yeah, we're not how much I hate this government shit.
But he gets a call on his digital phone system 6000, and it's the eighth member of S plus 7 calling to explain that she has kickboxing class, so she's not going to be at somewhere or something. And this movie is so painfully 90s. It's everything about it.
Well, like they're going for the tone of hackers.
Yes, they're going for hackers.
Give me a systems display.
Yeah, but it falls completely. Oh yeah, it's hackers produced on the budget of the lowest budget season of Doctor Who. This whole movie looks like a bad episode of Doctor Who, like not even a good one from like the mid 2000s.
Jackson is the first of its kind to convert data directly into holographic plates. His capacity for learning is virtually unlimited.
Then we got to some I guess net police people in a car.
Yeah,
I just gotta talk about this scene because it's wild.
Okay, so this scene it starts off with their car going crazy because it's been
attacked.
And a guy pulls out the junior officer pulls out his gun and says,
Come here, sir. I see it in the window. It's bulletproof on the inside, too.
"Cover yourself, guys. I'm going to shoot out the windshield."
No, because it's bulletproof glass or whatever. And I also love as he says that, or right around there, he goes,
You know what you do with kids? You gotta shoot it. The one thing I told you not to do.
I'm now confused. I was like, is that the joke? That's stupid. I don't know. Yeah. Well, yeah, but it's hanging from the gas. It's like on the roof of the mirror. It's like a little like an iPhone or something. I don't know what it is. But yeah, he murders the computer because it's on rogue. He murders it. He puts it down like Old Yeller. He's just like blam. So our guy, we find out his name is Steve Hunter, and he works for a computer company, or
He works for like a game company.
who has a wing where they're producing the world's most advanced supercomputer at the same time.
Yeah. We're for Professor Roswell's with Drexel Computers. Drexel Computers?
Yeah, they're all the B-Labs just right through that.
What'd she say?
But yes, he works for some sort of like tech gaming company. He's like a game maker. Like he makes video games, but also they have a super secret computer.
Kind of government ran.
Kind of. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
They get
This whole plot, by the way, is the one they added to tie in all the video game things. Yes. This is like the overarching outside plot to like get us to the video game thing.
But he gets in. We've got to fiddle around with the key card reader thing. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work, but so because she broke it so that nobody can get in. But the only way to get in is to slide your card into the door and pop it open.
We get to meet the creepy girl, the masquerade cat thing.
crazy stuff. She's a game developer.
Oh, she's she's the game developer. Her name is I wrote it down somewhere. I think it's Zoe. I had a note about Zoe here, and I can't find it. Oh, yeah, she's the quirky hacker girl with goggles around her neck and masquerade, wearing a masquerade mask, a pastel tank top, and high pigtails. Is like if you asked a supercomputer to create the ultimate 90s manic pixie dream girl, and you were like, here. I was like, if this was made today, that character's played by Zoe Deschanel 100% of the time. But she's only in the movie for like this first season, and then she leaves. She goes home, and they replace her. But they get some ribbing about the fact that he created his super perfect idea of a girlfriend in the computer game. And they call computers, and he likes her because she has an office switch.
She's a perfect date. Best of all, she comes with a on switch. The funny part is, in regards to this video game, that this means originally supposed to be, that what they're showing is just video.
Yeah.
So it's not even comparable to
No, he shows like this 3D model of this character he created. Yeah, it's like Yasmin Bleep, but yeah, it looks kind of like Laura.
Well, I mean, in regard to the
pixel count,
the pixel count, PlayStation,
the polygon count, yes. Yeah, she does. It looks like that, but then we get in and it's literally just video. Yep. But I think that's explained by the maybe Drexel is like upgrading the graphics. I don't know. Drexel, you'll learn for sure.
He's reprogramming the maximum surge game to steal information.
And then, so it turns out Steve Hunter is the Net Police's #1 target because he's a super hacker. Mm-hmm. We never think of it.
I feel like the video game head off the game with like, hey, we're shocking right now. I didn't do the entire Net Police social service. I could have shot him right now and saved all of us the trouble.
Yeah,
which is like really confusing for what happened later on.
He's just playing up his deep undercover. Or no, not undercover. Is he? Is he undercover? He just turns. He just like a turncoat. He just like, this is bad. You're bad, and I don't like working for you.
That's fine. I'm not going to say. There are a few of us at the Net Police that have been working secretly to stop this.
So they get into the. All this, none of this matters. They get into the room where Drexel is, and that's a new supercomputer that they created called Drexel.
And Joshua? More days?
Oh, yeah.
The computer and
we're no longer have the same.
This is basically Joshua.
Yeah, this basically is basically.
Shall we play it again? Oh. Yeah, weird, isn't it? I love to.
So they created this supercomputer that looks like you slapped a beer keg on top of Sputnik. Is like what this looks like.
It's got its landing module, beer keg, and a little antenna.
With a little red eye in it. Yeah, it's terrible. Again, this looks like the worst production value Doctor Who episodes. Even the set is just a big black room with like random shelves of junk in the background. It's the most haphazard thrown together.
They also have to make it because they can't just destroy this computer. That they say like its casing is made of stuff that's
like a nuclear blast.
Drexel Roberts failed 100% tensile cobalt elements. It would survive ground zero nuclear detonation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's the world's most powerful and invincible supercomputer named Drexel. And apparently Drexel can read minds through the people that use it, and then it learns from them, is what they say.
It also translates that person's brain responses directly into computer code that Drexel can analyze.
It's nonsense. But so he's got to try out. They got to have somebody try out the system.
Yeah.
And they put this.
They put this junior officer in there. Yeah. And he's like afraid of heights and heights. He's afraid of a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And they just stick him like literally on Tatooine going to the
It's the pod racing scene. I was like, now this is pod racing.
Holy shit. Then they stick him on a whip and he's like, I can't handle heights.
That guy freaks out at a roller coaster like this family be murdered. He's like, no, no, God, no. No. Please, stop it. Please, stop. Please, stop. That's enough. It's like it's a roller. I understand you're a little scared, but dude, it's a roller coaster. Okay. Yeah. And then, so it turns out they explain the scientist who's there, explains who helped create Drexel, explains that Drexel loves video games. And anytime they give it a new video game, it just plays it and plays it and plays it until it masters it. And then it wants more video games, Kyle.
Once Drexel gets a new game, well, there's no stopping it from playing it until it wins. Drexel always wins.
It's addicted to video games. And
I don't have that problem.
No, I don't know what they're talking about. I would understand that a little bit. And then Steve Hunter. Also, I gotta talk about the way Steve Hunter's his outfit could not be more quintessential 30s handsome bro, like a 30-something handsome bro in the 90s. He has the shaggy haircut. He's wearing a baseball tee and cargo pants.
It is in like a flash drive or something.
Yes, on a keychain. Yeah. Oh my God, I love everything about the aesthetic of this movie. It's truly just awful.
Everything on schedule? All things good and evil. Zoe? Yeah? I was just wondering.
And then, so he wants to go to try out Drexel, though. He wants to go, like, see what this looks like, right? Isn't that what he does? He goes in there.
I was like, I want to see what you can do.
Yeah, he goes in there, and they were expecting this the whole time. Like, the government operators were there, like, yes, they must have him go.
They're all keeping tabs, still with the facade. Still with the facade, like, we need to make sure that he's not becoming, like, crazy and wants to maybe hijack the system.
You were wonderful, Vampyr. I'm sure Steven doesn't suspect.
And that's what so that's the whole other plot, is that's what Elaine thinks she's doing. She's friends with him, they've been friends since high school and, like, dated on and off or whatever.
They even have, they have, like, one kind of line set up or exchange between the two where, like,
Remember in school, how much we laughed, how much fun we had? What happened?
Yeah, I remember.
oh. Okay, you want for that level.
Yeah. Yeah, and so she thinks she's helping him, but actually the government is there to do evil government things. So they tricked her and they tie her up and stuff. But, so now he's getting into the system. He's talking to Drexel, and one of my favorite things is Drexel just comes right out and is like, Drexel was designed to create a new world order. And I was like, you're not very good at keeping that shit on the DL there, Drexel. Like, you just, I'm an evil computer.
He hasn't learned subtlety.
Yeah, or how to answer riddles until the end when he dies, and then he figures out the riddle. That's the thing that's set up. I guess we should mention is that he asked Drexel some stupid riddle about crows. I'll just put the clip in.
75 crows landed in apple tree. Farmer, so angry, takes out a shotgun and blasts the tree with berries. 25 crows, round dead. How many crows remain in the tree?
And Drexel can't figure it out because riddles, obviously, goes over the computer's head. And then we'll get back to that later. That's going to come back later.
Like the first thing we get into for is maximum search.
Yeah.
So like he gets put into the game.
Oh, yeah.
I guess like the story within maximum search is almost like the resistance fighting.
Yeah, that's some resistance fighting the evil guy. It was called Drexel in the game, but apparently it wasn't originally called Drexel, but Drexel replaced the bad guy with his own name.
But one man, a genius named Drexel, developed a method of retransmitting the elements to synthesize water. He started building power plants to do this. However, instead of being mankind savior, Drexel became a dictator.
I'm assuming because of reason. It's kind of weird. Okay. So obviously Drexel is the quality character
in the game. Yeah.
And they just redub everything with Walter Whitney. And it's becoming
yeah, that little tip.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't, obviously they couldn't get him back some parts probably don't quite match up right, and so then it's used to copy.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, yeah.
It's just so they can be like, all right, we don't need level painting anymore for big shooter.
Witness the punishment he's taking because you refuse to stay on the supply station. That's okay. Beat me. We're getting a kick out of beating you.
Yeah, because that's the thing. In the video game world, Drexel is Walter Koenig. But in the real world, Drexel is a computer who has the voice of like a 6-year-old child.
But now Walter Koenig has the voice of a 6-year-old
So because they couldn't get Walter Koenig back to do more voiceover, they give him the voice of a 6-year-old child, and it's very confusing and strange. I also want to talk about this one scene, because maybe it's my favorite, like, 30-second chunk in the movie, is where their scientists and the government people are in the room talking to each other, and the scientist is like, gaming corrupted the computer.
Somehow, computer games corrupted his logic.
Gaming corrupted the computer.
And they talk about gateway games, or like, it starts simple with like games like Pac-Man and blah, blah, blah. But then pretty soon, you're mainlining fucking Doom right into your fucking...
Innocent games like Pac-Man and Android Go.
Yeah, the gateway game.
Precisely. He soon moved on to the hard stuff. Well, eventually he got into illegal programs.
You think you're all fine with these Namco games from Japan. Next thing you know, you're going to China Hero for your hookups.
And you don't want to know what you have to do to get those games. You don't want to know.
He made me his bitch.
It's so fucking weird. It's so, they really go, they say gateway games. They truly say gateway games.
Yeah, the gateway game.
And then he's like, and they even go on from there and go, and if he doesn't get more and more challenging games, he's gonna nuke the world or make Gary Coleman president.
Missiles or send stock prices crashing. He could make Gary Coleman president.
Is that a major problem? Is Gary Coleman like politically enough? I don't know anything about Gary Coleman. Sure, okay. I thought it was hilarious stuff. That fucking scene.
I don't think it's going to my head if Gary Coleman's president.
Yeah.
He's got to have a secretary named Luke.
Yeah.
So he could be informed during the middle of an Oval Office meeting. Sir, the insurrection is becoming an issue in this area of the country. What you talking about, Secretary Bills?
So, he starts playing the game. It is, like I said, maximum surge. And we also, is this the first person movie ever? Or first-person video game movie? There are chunks of this movie.
This is not like TV, only better. This is life. It's a piece of somebody's life.
Because it was made for a video game where you're supposed to be playing like a first-person shooter at times and stuff, we get first-person action sequences and stuff. But it is interesting.
I mean, if you take into fact this was made like 94, 95.
Yeah.
Then yeah,
probably. I thought that was interesting. But again, it was because it wasn't intentionally going to be or intended to be a movie. Also, I don't know if you noticed, Kyle, but when he's playing the game, he uses a scroll ball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, hey, Kyle, Kyle could play this game.
But also, he has that in the right hand and the left hand. He has like almost the Nintendo Power Glove.
I love Power Glove.
It's so cool. That he uses to shoot things like bang, bang, bang. It's so stupid. And then so we get into the world, and there's this great line where the guy says, if you run out of power on the beam, Drexel can get a hold of you, and if that happens, suck on the muzzle of your gun.
You don't want to run out of power on the beam. Drexel will get his hands on you. If he does, suck on the muzzle of your gun.
Everything in this movie is fucking terrible and amazing. So he's playing Maximum Surge, and it is a first-person shooter. I have to talk about this. It is a classic, like, one of the, imagine, I'm thinking like House of the Dead or whatever. Wasn't that one of them?
Time Crisis.
Well, Time Crisis, but it wasn't specifically House of the Dead actual video footage.
No. There wasn't really one that was the only thing I can think of that's actual video footage that was a first-person shooter was there was a Cowboy Quick Draw game that was for arcade.
Oh, yeah.
I've got me some dynamite, but I don't need it to blow you away.
But anyway, so it reminds me of that. Dead or Time Crisis or whatever, but it's like actual video footage, and you actually can see him playing the game early in the movie when he's in the lab with Zoe or whatever. There's a computer playing like a first-person shooter. It is Maximum Surge, yeah. And you can find some of the video on like YouTube. If you look up Maximum Surge game, you can find some of it. The only part they ever released, because it was like 5 different games, the only part that there's footage of is the Maximum Surge part, the first-person shooter part.
I want to know, is the game developed? Was it developed enough to be released?
Well, I think what they did is, it looks like to me, is that they finished.
Was it just shit and they were like, okay, we can't keep this?
I think they shot a lot of the footage, but then they like did the gameplay portion of the first part, which was Maximum Surge, which is the most straightforward like shooter, and then they got to the football part. How do we do this? We quit. We give up. Is my guess. I have no idea.
I've never been good at football. You gotta get me out of here before I get my ass kicked.
But so yeah, it's like a first-person shooter. And the video we see in the movie is literally the video from like what was going to be in the game, except in the game there's like a gun in the middle of the screen because it is like a first-person shooter, which they didn't put in the movie, which I thought was interesting. And I love at one point he gets into a big firefight, and our guy stands up from behind cover, and just takes 90% of the acting our main character does in this movie is that's 90% of his acting job, which, kudos to you, you can sit in a chair and shake.
It's like Neo.
Yeah, it really is.
Where they're in the subway fight, he's getting like jackhammer punched in the shoulder.
And they channel that for the whole movie. And then I don't know what happens, but the bad guys somehow channel a bunch of satellite beams to shoot a laser at the Nickelodeon studio that they're filming.
Instead of like slowly downloading. Okay, so like this takes the whole concept of this and makes it go from like I would say modern day, or modern sci-fi, if you will, like all this technology can almost exist.
Yeah.
It's a modern day setting.
Yeah.
To okay, hang on a second, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
Hey, he's converting all the digital information in the world to like plates. Yeah, digital plates, and somehow that's more information,
and it's more efficient than storing it as digital. I don't understand that in the slightest. They don't even try to explain it. A guy says words at us, and I'm like, sure, dude, whatever you say.
Jackson was the first of its kind to project direction the heart of plates. Its capacity for learning is virtually unlimited.
And at one point, I love he walks over in the Maximum Surge, he's put in Maximum Surge, and they incorporate the like getting the information in the real world into the game. And it's a guy, he sees some alien dude plug a cable into his belly button to absorb. Yeah, and he's like, they're learning by umbilical learning. Fucking weird.
They refer to them as uglies, which is let's make something slightly monstrous just so you can like namelessly kill things.
Yeah. Yes. Wait, what is it?
It's like they make them like kind of monsters. It's just a thing in video games where it's like make them slightly more monstrous and then get them just enough away where you can unload on them.
Yeah.
Shot after shot and be like, yeah, they're just monsters.
They're just monsters.
When life support shuts down, our people die. But Judson will replace all of us with these things, this ugliness. Thanks to your crew as your king.
There was also some really dope miniatures that we missed when he first loads into the game. That like walker thing, the like neck walkers. That was from another movie.
What I thought that was assets from like Mech Warrior.
That's what it looked like to me. I was like, is this fucking Mech Warrior? Because it looks like fucking Mech Warrior. And I was like really impressed. But it looks like miniatures, and there's like some crazy explosions. It's pretty awesome.
Mid-90s, right? Yeah.
Mech Warrior. And then the computer, because it becomes so smart, just starts inventing new technology. It can create force fields now, and it creates a force field around Steve so that nobody can get to him.
Yeah, prevents him from getting
people from getting into him, which I guess is important. And then when she's talking, Elaine goes into the room and it's like, I gotta help him. She gets away from the bad guys. It's funny when they try to tire her, but she's trying to help him.
From this point forward, her boss is so desperately trying to get off of her.
I can't even, it's like allergic to her chest. It is like, I gotta get out of here. And like lean over more. I need you, the director's console. I need you to lean over a little. And then it turns out her middle name is his computer password because he loved her all along. And so she's able to get into his computer and then not use any skill or anything. Hey, Cynthia, can you just scroll around now? Can you do the thing? Cynthia, access directions to the habitation system. Yes, Cynthia, that's right. That's the computer's name. It's just like it's really scroll down and clicks and things. Like, I did it. Then we cut back, as this is all going down, we cut back to the scientists and the government guys. We've got to talk about the scene. It's fucking wild. This is the scene where the scientist dies. He's talking. Okay, yes. This whole thing. I have the first one, the part where the junior officer. Yeah. It's all one scene. Okay. So they're saying like the world's going to end soon because of reasons. Drexel is going to destroy it, I guess, because is he going to like full brainiac where he just downloads all the information and destroys it? I think that is what they're implying.
China, Europe, black. Drexel sped up the president. It just needs North America.
And the scientist turns to the junior cop and says, if you have a girlfriend or a wife, the motherfucker guy, because the world's about to end.
If you have a wife or girlfriend, and don't make love for the last time. None of us have long left.
And then it gets better. The junior cop's like, I'm a virgin, sir. And then the senior the government bad guy. The senior cop already left. So the government bad guy just pulled me to the side and was like, yeah, you should definitely get her. Pulls the guy's gun and shoots him and goes,
You didn't have to kill him. To put him out of his misery. I'll take a look at this.
Just put him out of his misery. Amazing. And then the scientist is like, what? Oh no. And he turns to the scientist and shoots the scientist. And the scientist he's just like, and falls off camera. That scene is fucking amazing. It's so good. That's the scientist's prescription for end of the world is go make love, son. The world's ending.
If you have a wife or girlfriend, then don't make love for one last time. None of us have long left.
So the bad guy, that's why the scientist dies. Is the bad guy explains,
Drexel and I have a deal. I sneak Drexel in here to play the latest game, and in return, Drexel gives me the world's digital information.
I made a deal with Drexel. I'm going to help him steal all the information in the world, and then I'm going to have access to it to sell it back to everybody. Destroy the planet. You already kind of they just said that it was going to be the end of the world if it happened. So who's he selling it back? I don't understand. And then the scientist goes,
Can't make a deal with machines, Commander. They outlive us, outsmart us, and have no soul. Not John.
before he just they don't have stuff needed to great stuff. And then, this fucking life
We got good offensive line, and we run the ball well. We're proud of our people. We like our people. For those who don't like our people, that's tough. We like them.
Okay, so now the government dude's like, the government dude just throwing Steve Hunter into all these different games. And you're with this quarterback attack. And you start off in the locker room, and you're the new quarterback. Yeah. Doing it. And Mike Ditka comes out of nowhere. He's your head coach.
Yeah, he's like, I'm Mike Ditka. You're gonna go out there and win, kid. What's going on? It's amazing. And I love it. You walk around this locker room, and all the guys are like,
You're such the best passing game in town.
come on, son. I mean, the kid's got a job to do. Come on, newbie. Gotta go win the big game. And they're just generic, nondescript football team or whatever. And then so you run out onto the field. And I don't know if you noticed that it's it's like the division war. Yeah, it's like a division 2 football. But they go, no, it's huge. Is it? I thought it was fucking. It's a bowl.
It's not. Well, I
made like maybe videos or whatever out to do it, and no, it was not a ball. It was one side of bleacher. You didn't even see the other side.
Oh, well, that wasn't even what I was talking about. My favorite thing is that when they're on the football field, and it's hard to tell when the football field close. And obviously, because at first I was like, holy shit, they got a lot of extras to come be in this fucking movie to fill up these stands. What? Cardboard cutouts. There's like a couple, but it is like how they do in video games, where it's like a couple people who are real every now and then who move, but then the rest of them are cardboard cutouts.
I do like how they told me to take it out of like whatever. So, is this gonna go? Are we gonna make any fake teams up for this? Nope. Red team versus yellow team.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like shitty NES games. What is it? Was it Tackle? There we go. Tackle. That was it. It started with a T. I couldn't remember. Echo Jackson. Great game.
Man. And then, but he's bad at football. So he gets his ass kicked. And then he's like, Elaine, you gotta get me out of here.
So I can get teleported to a game where I don't know how to take cover and I just get shot.
It's a shot. Even though he's the best in the world at that game. That thing is like the best at it. He just stands there and gets shot over and over again. But she scrolls around on the laptop and goes, and it transports him into a different game. And now he's back in Maximum Surge. And then he shoots a bunch of people, and when he shoots people in Maximum Surge, they explode. I don't know if you've noticed this before, after the first moment, but they explode. And it's a fiery ball. It's amazing. Every time you shoot somebody, it's a laser. Then, now the government has it, you're not playing Maximum Surge. Because I think the premise is that if he can beat Maximum Surge before the robot finishes, the computer finishes, then he can stop the computer. But so they're trying to put him in other games to throw him. I don't know. But they put him in a zombie game. They put him in a zombie game. And they got that guy coming from Jamaica helping out the zombie invasion. You know, like, they would have made this better if it was Alex Mason playing. But I'm going to tell you a story, man. This is for tough, yeah.
You want to hear a story? Okay, little champion. You want to hear a story of mine? Okay. Once upon a time.
The dude just shows up and he's a shotgun. And he's like, hey.
Yeah, you get stuck in a tree as a paratrooper, and there's zombies everywhere, and then you roll out, and you're in the heat, and you're fighting zombies, and there's zombies everywhere. It's fucking fun.
I would almost want to play this instead. Like whatever Maximum Surge.
Yeah, and then I'm not sure, we keep cutting to that actor from Things. He's like a witch doctor in this, in like 2 scenes. You'll recognize him. His name is Vincent Schiavelli or something like that.
He looks kind of like discounted Chris Elliott.
A little bit. That guy, he was in several episodes of Buffy, but he's also, within Tomorrow Never Dies, he played like a villain in that. He's been in a bunch of stuff, and you see his face in very he's playing a witch doctor, maybe responsible for these zombies, but it's also Drexel. And again, I cannot stress enough. This movie is just, it's the most slapstick ever made. Yeah, it's like, it's a Frankenstein monster. It's a lot like, every shot looking up at our hero, the Black Castle sign in the back. 2 films, or 3 films, and I also love that they always back to Maximum Surge, or maybe not, but there's a moment where some bad guys show up, and it cuts to our guy in the chair, and he's like, he like hyperventilates every time. I don't remember, he's the best. He's the best. Also, they're walking through a zombie tunnel at one point, or a tunnel. And they're walking through a tunnel. Oh, and the girl they're with, and she gets grabbed by zombies and does the world's slowest kill, and then it just escapes from the zombies. It's so, oh, there's a Kung Fu movie, Kyle.
Yeah. What was it? What was that? Dragon people flying around and stuff.
This is the best part of the movie because there's some spinning and like lands in front of you, and I was like, that was fucking cool. He takes it. And then he karate fights a bunch of people, and I love that. Then he karate. Well, it's a different witch. It's not that guy.
No, yeah, it's a completely different guy. This film / video game is bonkers.
It's nothing. It's nothing. They realized, I guess they realized they couldn't show first-person punching and kicking. So when our character is fighting the bad guys, it cuts to like a where he kicks them, and it's the only time in the movie it ever happens. It's okay. And then we're back in football, and I literally jumping from game to game to game, and everything's loud and obnoxious. But it's truly the
government dude's like, I gotta go take care of this because. But he goes into the room with everybody else. And, he goes in the computer area where that girl and Steve are.
yeah, and he's it's the senior officer that's helping the good guy.
That's another thing in the first one.
Yeah, the cop's like, I got it. How many kids do you remember? Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he was, I'm gonna go there, and then the Drexel will drop the force field. And that happens. You shoot the VIP. And she does, they the force field is down for so long, she could have been our guy, like the cop, what she does is she lets him down.
You gotta make sure she hits her.
Yeah, oh yeah. Right now.
Yeah. So like he also does a bunch of boxing games. Heavyweight champion of the world. Yeah. Like having Michael Butler in it.
Cameos in it, but or at least a couple.
Yeah, they have. They have Michael Butler, and then they have what I thought was.
If you were to take Miller, it would take the lighting. Nah, he was in the when this was filmed. He was right smack. He was gonna like take some time off to do a video game, but
30 seconds. Right for the woman, you have to black man in the teacher's union. You're not trying to stop.
Oh, I guess technically, yeah. That was
This one at the same time.
Oh man. Yeah, it says boxing, but it's shakes his chair a lot more. Oh, and then she kills the scientist guy, and then she sends a virus to the computer. Force is the final level of maximum force. Maximum surge. I called it maximum. And then so he's fighting a bunch of guys, and it's so classic video game. This one particular one where they're in the warehouse, like Time Crisis bad guy in it. There's guy who pops up behind guy on catwalk with a gun, normal. Guy on motorcycle who drives. Guy who pops up from behind box and throws grenade at you. Like Time Crisis bad guys.
Yeah, shoot the grenade in the air.
Yeah, I got the grenade. I can't shoot it before it gets me. And then when he shoots guys that are on the catwalk, they can't just die. They have to jump off. Then they get into the final. The guy would never even talk about this now. I want to say Paul Giamatti, but that's not him. One of those guys. But I love this because this is clearly a video game because he's holding this guy hostage and he's standing behind his desk. And then he like points the gun at us as the camera. And then he slides 6 feet over to the left and then stands there. And then he slides 6 feet back to the right and then he like going back and forth between his two legs. Yeah. It's fucking amazing. And our guy just shoots him, I think.
And then he gets him. And he makes him a knife of laughter and hits him like a self-destruct button.
Yeah, and we see it start to completely explode, and then we click back, and our people are still inside. It's like exploding, and then inside they're fine. I didn't understand that at all. And then they get out, and they conquer Drexel. Woohoo! Yeah. She got electrocuted at one point, which is not important. Hey, I got it. I got one. I can die in peace. And then we get the camera pushes into a computer screen and it kicks on. Somebody's on the screen. Or no, I don't remember. Somebody's on the screen. I can really have the hope that this would be the reason for that being is we would have an entire film that was family. Yeah, that would have been something. No, this movie. There's some funny stuff for sure. I love the bad guys pop up from behind barrels and the very clear. It's like funny to watch in a movie. Not expecting it to movies. We're gonna watch this for the capture that is given. People for trying to double rip off this Charles. It's just a thought. Yeah, it could be. I don't know what yes, Vampyr. Don't ruin the movie for 5 minutes. I think I found it. Yeah, it's bad, man. It's on YouTube. You can watch it, but I would not really recommend it. It's you saw all the most interesting stuff on your review, so don't watch it. Gaming hours for you. We have a bunch more mail. We're going to be opening very soon, but you're not going to do it this time. Maybe next time. Finally fucking ended yet, so who knows? And then I have five phones, so we're talking about music based on books. Blues for one's coloring. Based on graphic movie Brian really want to watch. Which I did not know. And Kyle, you have a Twitch stream. stream Twitch FTV.
Quite as often as I probably should.
Yeah, same here. I'm building a computer currently, and once it's done, it'll be
It's got a see-through side panel. It's got so many colors.
You don't even know how many RGB components are in it.
It's gonna be like Willy Wonka's tunnel.
Oh, everything is RGB in this place. Yeah, so once my new computer's up, I'll actually, because my current computer is 10 years old and dying. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna put it down. I'm gonna shoot my computer.
It's my computer. I gotta do it.
Yeah. Anyways, until next time, keep watching. Maximum oversurge.
Maximum oversurge.
You know what's the biggest thing? Not one single surge in the whole movie. Come on! Maximum.
If it has something to do with an energy source in maximum surge, and he's a nuclear reactor or something like that, where you gotta stop him, or it's gonna blow the city.
That was smart of it, Kyle. Don't, I know, there's no point. No.
Right, it's a good movie.
It's a terrible movie. It's a good movie. Wait, cameras were all. It's fucking terrible. I was like, this movie, and Kyle's like, it's pretty great, isn't it? At times it's competent. And I'm like, we're about to come over this table. We're gonna throw hands.
It's strangely complicated.
He's out of his mind. He's outside of his mind.
It's all 4G.
This movie right here is fucking terrible. Oh my god, I don't even know how he's gonna spend the next
Whatever time he's gonna listen to it. Not a strange accomplishment from this kind of
music looking credits. Oh, welcome back to the 106th episode of This Film Is Lit. Let's fight! Trade as always. You guys, okay, so if you want to order on a ticket, pause this review right now. This movie is available both on YouTube in its entirety and on Facebook. I think illegal. YouTube, I think, was uploaded by the film company. So you can watch Vampires on either of those services. Come back, unpause this, and then why he's losing his mind. This movie is a full-on garbage fire. The special effects. Oh my god, and nothing else about it. We'll get there, alright? So, here's the part of yeah. God, I'm astounded to see. I didn't think any. I mean, there were parts I laughed at. Yeah. So it's written and directed by a man named Justin Reichert, and if you look at his IMDb page, they were identical Hallmark Christmas movies that he produced. But the covers are they're all Christmas films? Yes. Yes, they're all Hallmark. I didn't see him on any of the covers. That doesn't mean that so maybe one of them, but all the ones that I saw on his IMDb page were either one of them.
Okay, and they only been freezing.
Yes. It's all about two of Roman folk. His favorite something weird. Yeah.
How did you do that?
You can do it too.
Oh, easy for you to say.
They give some Benadryl to bring the puffiness down a little bit. And like, feel good. It's Danny's orgasm. We're introduced, we start in the cold open as a couple camping and degree. Some tookie, as she says.
Oh, come on. No protection.
That's a new one for me. But you're responsible this month. He lives in a tent, so he goes to find the protection and consider surrender.
He can't find it. So he pulls out the brand happening. And not easily a joke.
Yeah.
It's like, it's that momentary pause where he's like, consider.
Don't take health advice from good, bad, or bad, but definitely don't ever wrap your dick in sweat. That is not do pussy. Don't do that. Bad idea. And for everybody. So then when he comes back out, oh no. Yeah, here's a scream, and we see her get eaten by a camera. The camera falls off. I like to imagine what that shot actually is, where the camera's like, it's just they had it on a crane, and then the camera fell off the crane, and the camera fucking face, and they just resorted to it. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, that's where all the rest of this takes place, is like in the desert of New Mexico or something.
But he goes back to the car and he gets the shotgun out of the trunk.
He has a shotgun in the trunk, yeah.
I don't know, maybe they're like figuring out wild animals or something.
Did you notice when he opens the trunk, we get like a Tarantino light inside the trunk shot? You can see a crew member in the back of the shot.
I don't see what you're looking at.
He opens it, and there's a person standing on the side of the frame, and I'm 99% sure it's the guy with the slate, because you can see the slate. Like, I think the guy leaned into the shot, did the slate, and then leaned out, but did not lean all the way out of the shot. Like, half of his body is in the shot.
That's where you at least do a digital zoom where you kind of cut him out.
Yeah. Half of his body is in the shot. As he's walking around, I gotta talk about the music cues in this scene in particular. The music, this is one of the things that I was like, what are we even doing already? He's crawling around with his shotgun, and then the music cue goes boom and makes a big loud noise. I'm like, what was that setting for the shotgun? It sounded like a gunshot, and then it does it again. And then her body falls out of the sky.
Yeah.
And I was like, what just happened?
Falls out like a pinata.
The big dramatic scary music cue happens like 3 seconds before her body falls out of the sky. And then it happens again. He's walking, he's like, oh no.
In between the actual moments.
Yes. And then he's walking and he goes, and then the music does the and nothing happens, and then he turns around and then the werewolf is there. The music is on the reveal of the it's scary movie. I don't even under how you could.
Ryan isn't.
I'm not an expert, but I know that the big dramatic happens when you see the thing that is scary.
You see one-on-one. Match sound to what is happening on screen.
I'm fucking like,
Ryan, are you alright?
Yeah, we're alright. We're okay. It's just wild.
And yeah, I completely agree. This beginning part is.
Also, we get a close-up of the makeup of this werewolf, and it looks like Elvis had a real rough weekend. Yeah. Elvis, when they found him,
but he shotgun blasts this guy.
Yeah.
Twice.
But
Good
it's not enough.
Was it against this one that it wasn't enough, or was it?
Yeah, I think it's this one. It's not enough. It's against this one that it's not enough because the guy gets up and then he gets him near his car somehow, and then he shoots
the car and blows it up because why not?
Looking for me?
But he's like, yeah, got you. Yep. And then he turns to the right. Oh my God.
Oh my God, this werewolf that they use throughout this movie. It is, oh my God. We'll get to the best parts of it later, but some of the things it does. I have so many talk about in the scene, the night for the day. Oh yeah, the day for night. The day for night was fucking, oh, and some of the stuff that happens. During this, there's one thing in particular I'd like to mention. There's some books, close-ups of books that they in post added some weird runes to that never play. If they felt the need to add these runes, right up there with Billy Bob. This said this movie was up with Billy Owens. Oh, you mean the runes? Even the part that I think works in this. At least for me. After the opening scene, you're going to see the couple clearly fucking hate each other. Yes. Clearly hate each other in this opening scene. She's like, I told you, you fucking idiot, that we needed to turn back there. Yeah, you can't ask for directions. And they clearly hate each other. He's like taking her out to the desert to murder her. It's his plan, based on our opening. That's what he did. That's what he did. Wow, I didn't guess for all of you. Oh, we've all seen it. And then they're lost and then they get outside a building, close to a building. They're like, ooh, there's something. And like, it's so creepy and it just looks like a normal building. I don't know why it's creepy, but it turns out they go inside. Yeah, the bar. You know, there's like dancers on stage. Moving stage and dancing off the stage. I've never seen in my entire life. Yeah, the stripping scene and the lights are on way too high. And it's like, no, this is like, this is revealing way too much. Yeah, it is not great. Also, they have this break where they try to hide a match cut where the camera pans from one side to the other. And then they cut. Yeah, but it's very obvious. It's super fucking obvious. There's this Irish guy who's running the store. That'd be me. Is it real? Is it fake? That's amazing. So now they're closed. They're like, all right, we'll hang out here for the night and then we'll get gas and then we'll hang out. Getting fat high, and they sit down and they're having a drink. And it's her anniversary. We didn't establish that. It's her anniversary. He pulls out her anniversary. Never see again. It's not important. And he had it unboxed. his chest pocket like a fucking psychopath. I don't. He's got necklaces. I don't know what it is. We don't see it. But anniversary present, yeah. And he just had it in his pocket, like he was, and then he found some random jewelry and was like, oh, this, and that was from the favor that he was having, like his girlfriend's necklace got in his chest pocket. Okay, oh, I got you the necklace of this, and it's your necklace, yeah, it's the anniversary. Don't regard the fact that it's not wrapped in any way, and it's literally it's not properly initialed. And who is JL? It means that I just love you. So just love. So she announces to him in that moment after they just did a shot of tequila. That he's pregnant. Did you say he's pregnant? You hear that, honey? There's an house. She's like, oh, by the way, I'm pregnant. Oh, why shouldn't we just smashing down? Yeah. And it's like, oh, thank God, now he has a reason to care about getting her back. Because clearly he would not have cared otherwise. They fucking seem to hate each other. But then immediately she's like, I'm pregnant. And the bartender, somebody walks up, a waitress walks up, and it's like, it says some dude's name. It goes like, it's 0 to 100. And now they're all vampires. And it goes, and our guy has a gun. Yeah. Why does he have a gun, Kyle? If he's just a dude that we know, and he's just like, but that's one of those things that you should set up. You know, but yeah, it's demonstrating that you should set that up before. Yeah, you should set up like, oh, he's a cop, or even if he just has a gun, like he mentions, like, oh, I was worried. Oh, that guy has a shotgun. Everybody's just armed and teeth in this. Maybe in the Mexican, everybody, like, when you come out of the room, they hand you a gun and you go on your way. Everybody knows. Or if you go in you better make sure you're packing. Yeah. Well, and I think it would have been like when they were talking about camping, he's like, and she was like, I'm not comfortable with having a gun. And he's like, well, I'm worried about bears or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so stupid. Like, the gun just appears. He just like, how many bears are in Mexico? And of course, it doesn't affect because they're vampires. Including the main vampire villain guy, who his name escapes me, but he's only in 2 scenes. This one and the final scene. Yeah. What are you gonna do? You shoot it at me? Yeah, I wouldn't like that. The fight scene choreography here is real bad, and so it's cinematography. It's all just shaky and close-ups. I will say, from this bar scene where he's driving, except for the special super obvious dummies in the parking lot who are just standing there too ignorant. From here, Mentor dies. Yeah. Is strangely competent. That it feels like the way he takes care of it is not incredibly contrived. That he is something, or B, that he is completely inept in it. And it some way it's average Joe learning to survive. He spends so little time. I don't know how I can really. Yeah. From a development He's driving down the road and a werewolf jumps on his thing, and we get a glob.
Services. I need somebody to be committed.
And I couldn't get past the giant blob on his windshield.
That's like, or whenever they do like a sideways shot of him in the car driving, like they show him in the driving seat inside the car, and it's just a great scene.
It's all so fucking bad. It's oh my god. He's running out of gas and crashes his car into
It's moving, and he cuts off his head.
yeah, that's right. He cuts off his head and he's still alive. And then the sun comes out and it burns up. And then when they show the body burning up, there's a very clear, horrible mat placed over that is hiding the head. And you see the body moving, but the mat doesn't move with the... Yep. When I watched this movie, all I could think of was and got it distributed and has a whole I can make movies with this, whoever made this movie. This is the most incompetent nonsense.
Which is always the thing of like, hey, well, you guys make movies. I tried. There's a record, and you have to take that movie and make it. Shut the hell up.
I'm not saying they would be good, but they wouldn't be any worse than this. They wouldn't be any worse than this.
It's always
You tapped in some of those Hallmark producing.
Some people who are like, hey, $32,000 then.
Yeah, that was the then we get some riveting desert pioneering scenes as our guy tries to work a compass and he's watched by the elf from the unexpected race.
With binoculars in the distance.
Yeah, still just he's gonna cross then he's climbing a mountain and pulls his backpack off for no reason and falls down the mountain. Even the little details in this movie are incomprehensible. Like he's climbing a mountain and then he stops for no reason on a very precarious edge and he pulls his backpack off and unzips it and then slips and falls down the mountain. I don't even know what he was trying to do. Was he gonna take a nap on the mountain? Was he getting his sleeping bag out? Like
once again,
the rattlesnake. I should have the rattlesnake. We get a rattlesnake MP3 played incredibly loud. And
here's the thing I will say, like this little particular scene here, with them at least cutting together parallel action, and after you know, it was somewhat well done. It was somewhat well done.
I never knew this film ever wrote. Yeah.
He gets savaged by werewolves.
He gets completely ripped open by werewolves and then saved by shows up to save him. detective. Whistler played by Jim Leahy. Holy shit! This and now I don't think you've ever watched Trailer Park Boys. Have you at all?
This is the sheriff guy, right?
Yes. Yeah. He looks exactly. Yes, he looks exactly. He's wearing the same shirt. He has the same hair. He has the same pants. He looks exactly. My favorite part of this whole movie is we get like 30 seconds of really nice bubbling teacher ASMR.
Really has to synthesize it. Yeah, he's the best in this. It's just like
basically some sort of potion that's going to let our guy summon. He's going to summon. I mean, it doesn't tell by the fucking cover of the movie. And he's going to turn somewhat into. I love too on the cover of this. They make this in the movie. This shot's in the movie, but it's not a sword in a sheath on his back. He takes a wooden stake and shoves it down his collar in the film. And then in the cover of the movie, they change that to like a cool, like, blade sword. And it's not. It's a lie. It's a false advertising. Anyways. And then he transforms into a werewolf.
Over the course of like, how many weeks was it? 7 weeks.
Well, he falls asleep or passes out for 4 weeks, they say. That's insane. And then he trains for 6 months. The end of this movie takes place 6 months after the part where his wife gets taken. He says 6 months. He says when he got to school, he trained for 6 months. Oh, then maybe it is 7 months. Sure, maybe. Whatever, sure. At one point he says it's been 6 months. I'm not sure.
His wife is pregnant, and he's trying to complete his thing. It's actually passing his life.
It's art. I'm gonna play you a clip of this movie, and then at the end, every time after every single clip, I'm gonna have the clip of Kyle saying it's art, and I'm gonna put that after every single fucking clip in this movie. It's just gonna be like the fucking green screen of skulls, and then like walking back, drinking. It's art. Yeah, it's art. Them playing strip poker in a car. It's art. And shoes. It's art. It's called manga and it's art. It's called hate. It's art. Oh, even if he's the chosen one, he would have something art. He probably has to hold it. What? Do you realize what you've done? Yeah. That never means anything. He's like, you're the chosen one. The prophecy has foretold it. Like, this is where that's not.
The beginning part where it shows all the ancient Bible incarnation, like, through some like confident person. Like, yeah, sure. This is where it takes that and goes, Thelma and Louise off a cliff. The second you start giving me prophecy shit about vampires and werewolves and this guy, honestly, just seems like an average joke in this world.
Yeah, it makes that's my biggest problem with at least the prophecy has foretold it. The chosen one. They do nothing else with that other than this one line. There's not like anything at the beginning that sets that up in any way. There's not any payoff for that. It's literally just I saying you're the chosen one.
How often is a prophecy? So some average schmuck came out into the desert one night.
Yeah, he's gonna turn into a werewolf hunter, and he's gonna kill a couple werewolves, and then leave.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta talk about this scene. There's a moment where the Jim Leahy walks up after the transformation. He walks up into his like old timey house that he lives in, and he starts on that house that's and then he starts shaving, and he's looking at a hole in the ground, and he finishes shaving for like a second. It's art. And then he walks back over to the hole and goes back down into it. And then the guy's gone. Our main character is left. And I don't understand why we spent 3 minutes watching this guy shave for no reason. Kyle, I hated this movie a lot. I hated it. I loved it. It's art. But yep, it's art. It's art. Great. It's art. So when he escapes and gets away, he comes across a murdered family in a campground. And I love that he's walking up to I think it's the movie. One of them, who's laying in front of a cooler, is so obviously freezing the entire time. Reach the natty light. My God. What? White Claw should be the official drink of werewolves. Yeah. And a little kid got murdered. And then there's another little kid in the car who's like possessed. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Kyle. I don't know what the fuck that is. Well, it's got a poncho, and there's a little kid with white contact lenses, like, or whatever. And I was like, and then he covers the kid back up and walks away. And I'm like, what is that? What is that kid? This movie is strangely complicated. It's art. It's art. Then Jim Leahy makes some holy water by dipping his cross in it, which is great. He makes holy water in mason jars? Yeah, in big mason jars. I also love, there's a point where our main character's name's John Cross, by the way. He's standing there, and there's at one point where he reacts and jumps backwards to make a shot, and the camera panickingly lands over the head. Like, oh, I wasn't expecting you to do that. What is that? There's so much terrible lockdown, wide shot, panning back and forth. And that's my least favorite type of. It's Neil Breen's like classic, like there's lots of lockdown, wide shots, and you don't have a camera crew. Yeah. And like nothing looks interesting. It's the worst. I gotta say, I wouldn't know what that's like at all. No, yeah, your movie didn't have any of that. Is there a point for all this? There is, just barely. An epic Bible reading montage. And that's fate. The cornerstone of fighting all evil is in the book. Angels are green and sleep in 1 minute. Live it. The guy's like, the way you go to people vampires, you know, religion and Bible. So it's the best way. It's like reads my, like badass reads my so well and gets some magic and holy water and throws it at the wall. You gotta test out that holy water by throwing that at the wall. That's so weird. And then he has speed runs. Because he's got speed runs. Yes. And he's wearing black pants. Yeah, it was a black like running around in the Jim Leahy falls off the cliff, probably really soft, and breaks his leg, and then takes a day for an accident. So, choosing the way you live in Vampyr is number one rule, don't show the fucking sky. Don't show the sky. And reflexive surfaces of that, because this day for 19 is the worst day for night I've ever seen, and one of my favorite reasons that you could tell is that the Jim Leahy, the crazy intense shadows everywhere. Because they're like laying behind things, and there's like these harsh shadows coming in. Oh my god, it's all so bad. And then the werewolf shows up and is attacking them. The big CG werewolf is coming to attack them. And at one point it jumps down off a cliff. We have a shot of it jumping off a cliff. And then I love too, so Jim Leahy has a little crossbow, and he's shooting at these werewolves, or they're vampires. And for some reason, his legs are broken. There's nothing wrong with his arm. But for some reason, after every time he shoots, our guy tosses him another bullet. Why is he not just...
he's a crack shot with those big things.
He is. He's fucking crushing. Yeah. Oh, he's fucking crushing it. And then our guy does a green superhero jump. Super Mario. Yeah, that is to the way up to the top. It's fucking incredible. Yeah, it's literally the Super Mario jump. It doesn't matter, but he throws the ball and it runs away back up the top of the ball. The way they show it on they take the shot where it jumps off the cliff down into the ravine, and they just reverse it so it goes backwards up onto the cliff.
You know what I said that was a Shangri competition film? I'm not saying some of this piece of shit. From here until the quote-unquote mentor dies, is strangely complicated.
Oh, and then the Dementor's died. Yep, John Leahy's died. John Leahy's died. He got mauled by a werewolf.
But he just kills you, then like, don't take the anti-venom. Can't do it. Okay, it's not what you want. What is about the process? You know that.
Yeah. So before he dies, he said that John Cross's wife is still alive, even though it's been 6 months. She's alive. She's alive. She's still alive. She's just a vampire. But she can be released. And the way that works is that if he kills the head vampire who has her under thrall, all the, which they never say is that war. Actual vampire war, first film. That all of the vampires he created to get released. No. You said if I kill the head vampire, I will kill them all. No. I said kill them all. And so any of them that are super old, but when they get released, they get transported to where they would be.
Yeah.
And that,
which does lead me to a thing with the mentor's wife. True about each other. If a vampire hit you 300 years ago, yeah. If that's the case, yeah. He was robbing that
guy married a 3-year-old. Oh, I didn't even think about that. At the end of this movie, yeah, it says that he explains, like, oh, so if somebody got turned like 400 years ago, and then you kill the vampire that turned them, they'll turn to dust, like, they'll be killed immediately and die. But somebody got turned 6 months ago, like your wife, they just jump forward 6 months to where they would be now. And then she becomes 6 months pregnant? She does. She's pregnant at the end of the movie. She is now, like, ready to give birth. They, like, skipped the whole pregnancy process, which I thought was funny. But his wife, you're right, is, like, in her 30s, and this dude's in his 60s at least, and you would assume it's been years and years and years, so she was a high that was the math I hadn't done until you just said it, and now I'm upset. Yeah, if I remember correctly, aren't you like fighting the space colonizers? I believe you're fighting against like the space colonies. But I don't remember. It's been so long since I played this. And I skipped the opening cutscene, so your parents died, so you got that inheritance. I'm sorry to hear that. Congrats on that. I'd rather my parents be alive than married. Personally. Sorry to hear about that. I don't know if my parents would want to be here anymore. The biggest thing's probably their health. If they end up keeping it. Yours is down too. Damn, that sucks, man. Yeah, that's kind of the sad thing about getting older. The family starts dying off and everything. And it's especially sad if you don't have like a new generation of family to, basically fill the void. Well, I think Trump got rid of the inheritance tax. I think up to like several $1 million, the inheritance tax is gone. It might only be for certain assets. This is Red Faction on the Academy. It's an old 360 game. Yeah, I'm 35 and my mom died back in 2016. Oh, that really sucks, man. And my dad's been gone for years, so you eventually move on and stop getting whatever, and you just let your actual family down and let them know. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. And that's the thing too, is nobody loves you like your parents, especially if you have good parents. So once they're gone, there's never like that true, unconditional love ever again. Like in theory, your family that your wife that you marry or anything like that, it's still gonna say. Vampyr, yeah, that area sucks in that. I would set their bodies up to the guy to be doing one-night stands or 5-star shit. So what's the point of moving out and paying rent at this point? It's not only you should say, look at my house. From a financial perspective, that doesn't make the most sense. A house in this economy, you know, he lives in Virginia, so there's some affordable areas in Virginia, so people are not living outside of those populated areas. I don't know which part of Virginia he's in. You know, southeast Virginia and northern Virginia are really the only expensive areas. If you go out west, you know, slightly north from like Virginia Beach, it's actually pretty affordable to buy a house. So it just depends on where you are. Like the area I went to college in was really cheap. The Charlottesville area is not too expensive either. It's no, Charlottesville. I guess it depends. But yeah, if you move out towards like the Kentucky, Tennessee kind of area, like that western thing of Virginia, it's pretty cheap. Yeah. Roanoke, that area. You just have to be willing to not use Roanoke. You know, Roanoke is, you know, a lot of places are really cheap compared to that. If you're just looking for a house with some land, it's affordable. Oh, military, Virginia Beach? Yeah. Virginia Beach is the second most expensive area in Virginia. Yeah, there's a huge Naval military base. Coast Guard, Navy, Naval. The most expensive areas where I lived was right outside of DC. She can get, you know, back in the day when women in video games were like
maybe he can move in BW somewhere, have a contact. BW's are still streaming regularly. There we go. He's still going to the hot young dudes. Am I going to buy it? Technically, I already own the property, but at this rate, probably not, because I can't get a second mortgage until that other property is significantly paid off, so probably not. But I'm doing my best to pay it off as quickly as possible so that I can buy the place. The problem is I don't want to buy a house in this area. So for however long I'm here, we should be buying a house. Yeah, like, so he only has like 40 years. Yeah, hopefully he's not financially strained with his work. Jeez. Yeah, I work remote. The problem is I have to be within a certain amount of distance from my home location. Because it's like the building of the university. In case I get tasked with a different project, I have to stay within a certain proximity of the area of test. I get paid a lot of money out of it. I'm not going to tell you. No, I think I'm the youngest person on my project. I think I'm the youngest person. Yeah, how you get to work with the government. I do know it's kind of You were Rebels for 2010. It's pretty sad about James Cameron making two of the best action, science action movies being Terminator 1 and 2, making Avatar in anti-communism. He felt on that. And yeah, now that's his only obsession, too. It's the only thing he wants to do. Like, he's completely abandoned any and all other, basically make 5 shitty Avatar movies that nobody else has to do. So, kind of sad, man. Avatar is like the most Astro-turned franchise ever. Someone's gotta finish that resistance game. We got super fucking spaghetti. This is like a skills like extended it's 50 cent games worth of shit online. It is kind of weird that they never updated it. But I guess then we have the maybe that radical freedom. This is a red faction running the edge. Doris was not liking this launch. Yeah, I believe that